But before I go on, I'd like to announce that we have 2 keynote speeches, and we'll be taking the second one first. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who represents the private sector perspective on sustainable energy, innovation, and investment. As the Chief Executive Officer of Energize Impact Group, he leads initiatives that support clean energy solutions and sustainable development projects across emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also happy to inform you that Energize Impact Group is a platinum sponsor of WACEE'26, and with that, I welcome Mr. Ulf Brackman. With a round of applause, gentlemen and ladies. Our platinum sponsors deserve a better round of applause, please. Thank you, Ulf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Fantastic. Real pleasure being here. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, people in power and power people, dare I say. Under WACEE's theme, Accelerating West Africa's Green Transition, I want to talk about going beyond the light bulb, about how we turn energy access and finance into incomes on the ground and investable assets in investors' portfolios. Now, there are 5 key aspects I would like to discuss with you. 1, let us draw the picture of not just some light bulb that may go off, but livelihoods that last. Now, when people hear energy access, they often picture a single light bulb lighting up a dark room, and a little schoolgirl is reading her school books and may have better results of that. And that's true, that happens, and that's good and important. But let's talk about what matters even more. Imagine a small town. Tomatoes and mangoes coming in from the fields, a mill ready to process grain, a cold room installed, a line of workshops, welders, carpenters, tailors. Then the grid drops again, or the diesel jumps in price. The mill stops. The cold room shuts down. The workshops close early. Food spoils. Orders are lost. Young people think about leaving. That is not just an energy problem we're talking about here, it's a jobs problem. It's a competitiveness problem. It is a dependency problem. It's a prosperity problem. Now, when we, all of us, when we bring grids, solar grids or commercial industrial plants into such place, the story changes. Welders work full days instead of just a few hours. Cold chains actually hold the harvest fresh. Shops stay open in the evening. Farmers irrigate with solar pumps and not diesel. Our impact assessment facts show that new businesses are starting and existing SMEs are growing and income is rising when reliable power, as we heard earlier, when reliable power arrives. So for West Africa, the green transition is not primarily about adding megawatts here and there. It is about powering productive work. Now, and the key question is, how do we finance many of these, more of these outcomes? Not just a few light bulbs, but income-creating bankable assets. Now, the second aspect, and this is where we want to look at the opportunity and the financial gaps. Now, the opportunity is huge. Technology is ready. Solar, wind, hydrogen for storage, even mini-grids and commercial industrial systems are proven and are already operating in many African countries. In Nigeria and Ghana, you're taking the lead. Beautiful to see. But the demand is enormous. SMEs and households still rely on diesel, too much on that, on poor grid power, and pay a silent, you may call it diesel tax, that quietly kills the margins. Can't win. Now, capital is available. Development finance institutions such as the African Development Bank, funded to a large degree by the KfW, well, climate funds, impact, and even mainstream investors are actively looking for green pipelines and projects in Africa, especially in productive use energy. Some bankers and a private equity manager in my network asked me, Ulf, tell us, where can we invest in Africa? And then they tell me what they need to see so that they can. So the will is there, the interest is there, the curiosity is there, but they don't hear what they need to hear so can sign off. So what's that? We come to this. We are facing a finance gap, not because there's no money as we heard, but because most projects are just not yet bankable at scale. Too many look like one-off stories, 500 kilowatts here, a megawatt there, all of with different contracts and different technologies, different risks. Grant money likes that, philanthropy does. Institutional investors cannot deal with that. The requirements they have, which they have to follow, dictate a certain amount, a certain process, and we're just not ready with the projects as they are now. So what have we to do? To close this gap, we have to turn productive use energy into a repeatable, investable asset class. So we have to think a bit differently. We have to think like bankers think, to prepare it for them. So they talk a different language, they talk bankish. We talk project. So we have to translate, right? So we have to do better and bigger and bankable. Aspect 3, how can we do better, bigger and bankable? Now when I say we, I'm referring to, again, all of us here, the people in power and the power people on this side here. That's us. We start with better projects, not just any solar, but energy designed around clear credit flows and value chains, agro-cold chains and processing plants. It hurts me to see that so many farmers work so hard, breaking their backs, working their sweat day and night, and the produce go to the harbors for export. 40% rots away because of the climate, no cooling, loss of return investment. And then there's some importer who has money, who has asset finance, buys a machine, presses a button, and makes the millions that the farmers deserve. So that's my view, right? So that can change. So better projects. That is also commercial industrial power for factories and logistics. Solar for residential developers, and increasingly solar for mobility and charging, electrical buses that operate even throughout the countryside. Now these customers pay because power makes them more competitive. So we have a return on investment. Then we make it bigger by aggregating many of these smaller projects. For example, through Energize Impact, we build pipelines across even countries, run feasibility studies and due diligence, and standardize the technological designs, contracts, PPAs, and tariffs. So we have not one agri project, not one residential project, we're aggregating hundreds of agri projects, hundreds of commercial, industrial, and grids. So the number gets bigger, and we have a number that is big enough for investors, institutional investors, to say, okay, that's interesting now. And we even have diversified risk. We're engineering risk diversification. So it doesn't matter if the farmer in the end doesn't have accounts of the last 3 years, but the group as such, which you bundle in an SPV, a so-called special purpose vehicle, that is bankable. And if one farmer suffers drought, the other 999 don't. Hence the risk is minimal. And with that, we can actually tackle the issue. I had a conversation the other day with leading bankers and the president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Todd, and yeah, we were looking at the mechanics of doing exactly that, next to helping bankers to understand risk the right way. Now, finally, we need to make it bankable in the sense that these packaged projects in the SPVs become portfolios, structured blended finance involved, guarantees involved around them, and then we can provide the right data and governance for the investors which they need. The result? is there not just one little 1 megavolt story, it is a portfolio of dozens of products, productive use assets, a structure that banks and institutional investors can actually hold. And that is what I mean by turning energy access and finance into incomes and bankable, investable assets. We have to think bigger and hold together and work together. It may take a bit of time, but anyway, that's what it has taken so far. But saying that, the immense progress being made in renewable energy across the continent is just amazing me. Point 4. Here's a word about a warning, actually. The gold rush and the cowboy builders that I see these days. And this is a risk we need to talk about openly. This renewable energy opportunity has begun to look like a gold rush. You may look at it, you may see it as well. Alongside serious African developers and long-term partners, we are seeing cowboy builders entering the space. Some fly in from Europe, from the States, from China or elsewhere, with plenty of enthusiasm and very little understanding of Africa, of community realities, of culture, regulatory frameworks, or even business practices. Have you observed that too? So they arrive with beautiful PowerPoint presentations and big promises. They skip deep community engagement, ignore local partners with years of experience, thinking they know it better, which they don't. Oh well. And they use technology that is not fit for purpose. I mean, just looking at my mobile phone, in Europe, temperature, climate, it works well. Here the battery is overheating, right? So what works in one place does not work here. We just have to think and talk to the people on the ground. Talk to you, you're the experts. So we don't want them to push models that look perfect on spreadsheets, but collapse in the field. And this is where cooperation comes in. So sometimes their behavior is honest ignorance. Sometimes it's even arrogance. The belief that they know better than you how Africa's energy transition should look. Big error. Big error. So we have to collaborate here. And what's the result? We have abandoned mini-grids, no longer used, broken systems, unpaid bills, communities and governments who feel deceived, and rightly so. And the reputational hangover follows that makes investors and regulators suspicious, even of serious platforms. So that's why some of them are getting afraid. Why should I? What about the risks? Will it actually be completed? Will there be a return? Now, installations, we have seen that installations of solar or wind that should last 20 years are failing even after a few years, just because it wasn't planned properly, operations, maintenance, ownership, or real demand was miscalculated or not understood. But these are experiences we have learned from that, and we can avoid them in the future, right? We can do better. So my message is clear. We want bankable products. We must be ruthless, literally ruthless, about quality and partnership. Governments and investors should back platforms with local roots, proper training and qualifications. It's not enough to just be able to plug together some cables and call oneself, I know about solar. That's why I have people working for me doing that. Oh well, it's so easy to pretend something. But yeah, track record is important, data, and we need to have a skin in the game, not quick gold rush schemes. So be aware. Point 5. Let us discuss what needs to change to get from pilots to a proper project pipeline. We're looking at 3 distinctive groups. For one, as present, governments and regulators. The second group, development, finance investors, institutional investors, others investors. And third, developers, EPCs, IPPs, and real estate and agribusiness, and so forth. Let's look at government first, and regulators. What is to be noted? A lot has happened already. Many changes have been done when we look at regulations and policies, and that's good, that's amazing. So what else needs to be done more? Let's say governments must recognize mini-grids, corporate industrial and productive use energy explicitly in their energy and industrial strategies. make room for it, cement it in there, work on it, make it a pillar. Governments must provide clear, stable frameworks, simple licenses and predictable tariffs, fair rules for private wire, net metering, wheeling and grid arrival, plus policies that protect serious investors from being stranded. If you change strategy suddenly, they get stranded, they de-invest and will not come back. Of course, it has to work for everyone, right? So have a joint approach there. So next to that, governments should use public and concessional tools smartly, as you do, even more so. Have result-based finance, guarantees, local currency lines to tackle the specific risks that keep commercial capital away, especially early-stage demand and policy risk. And yeah, when we just say what one needs to do, we have to also give credit for what already has been done. And it's not easy. And if you just look at the immense successes and developments made already over the last few years, it's astonishing. Next group, development finance investors, institutional investors and other investors. What do they need to do? Well, they must move from hunting for the perfect single project, for backing aggregators. You know that when you apply for grants, almost impossible. Developers, what do you need to do? Bring energy partners in early so that we can discuss and structure early. Design the projects around productive demand. Now, to conclude, let me close by returning to those first pictures. The success of West Africa's energy transition will not be measured by how many light bulbs we switch on, but by how many livelihoods we power, by how many farmers sell more because their produce stay cold, how many SMEs expand because power is reliable, and how many young people can build a future at home instead of leaving. That's what it means to go beyond the light bulb and to make what we have here, accelerating West Africa's green transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you, our Platinum sponsors. We thank you very much for the support. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, our next keynote speaker, I beg your pardon, is deeply involved in shaping Lagos State's approach to sustainability, circular economy initiatives, and climate resilience. Her work focuses on developing policies and programs that transform environmental changes into opportunities for economic growth and sustainable development. Please join me with a resounding round of applause as I welcome the Senior Special Advisor to the Lagos State Government on Circular Economy and Climate Change, Mrs. Titi Oshodi. Keep clapping, please, till she gets here. Thank you. Keep clapping.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests, development partners, all of the investors, innovators in the room. I bring you good tidings from the governor of Lagos State and all of the leadership within our communities. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. I'm going to jump right into it, and I think that the Platinum sponsor, represented by Mr. Brackman, had already laid the foundation for the discussions that is about to be ensued for the day. And so I'm going to highlight some of the things that he has said, just to not only let him know that we're listening in Lagos, but also that we also have some of the answers to some of the areas that he has highlighted. So it's a pleasure to be here once again at the West African Clean Energy and Environment Exhibition and Conference. And I thank the organizers for the invitation and for continuing to provide a platform that brings together leaders across government, industry, and development institutions to advance clean energy and environmental innovation in our region. Lagos is honored to be part of this conversation. And Lagos, as one of the Africa's fastest growing megacities, represents both the challenge and the opportunity of sustainable development. With over 20 million residents and a rapidly expanding urban economy, the demand for energy, for waste services, mobility, and jobs continue to grow at a remarkable pace. But with growth also comes pressure on infrastructure, on public health, and on the environment. For Lagos, climate governance is therefore not an abstract concept. It is a daily reality that affects how people cook, how businesses power their operations, how waste is managed, and how communities experience the quality of their environment. In the past, the cost of business as usual was high. We have heavy dependence on firewood, on charcoal, on diesel generators, and these all contribute to severe air pollution. Studies show that air pollution has been linked to over 11,000 premature deaths annually, and many are among vulnerable populations, such as the children that are under 5. At the same time, unreliable power supply has meant that households and businesses spend an estimated 5.3 trillion every year on fossil fuel generators. Waste management is another major challenge. Lagos generates 13,000 kilograms of waste daily, with a significant portion historically ending up in dump sites or being burned illegally. These pressures made one thing clear: that incremental solutions will not be enough, that Lagos needs to move beyond isolated pilot projects towards integrated systems that can scale. Today, our approach to climate governance in Lagos is anchored on 3 principles: scale, partnership, and measurable impact. So you're going to allow me to highlight a few initiatives that demonstrate how Lagos is translating these principles into action. And I like the fact that Mr. Brackman had mentioned better projects. He said better projects, which means projects that are bankable, projects that are scalable, projects that have the backings of data that can be used in trading in a global framework space. One important example is the Clean Cooking Initiative, a flagship national program that is aimed at deploying 80 million clean cook stoves across Nigeria. For millions of households, especially women and children, traditional cooking methods expose families to harmful indoor air pollution while straining our forests and household finances. Clean cooking solutions change this dynamic. We have our stoves that are designed to be highly efficient, achieving over 90% fuel efficiency. They can last up to 20 years because they are a Paris Agreement crediting mechanism project. They are backed by the right badges from the national to the subnational. They're mitigating our industry of over 30 billion on firewood. They're creating circular economy opportunities where waste that is generated from agriculture, waste that is generated from construction is being reprocessed and reproduced for briquettes in place for firewood. In Lagos, we're supporting this pilot deployments to test performance. We've already piloted about 12 in Makoko as we speak, because we understand user experience and we want to build data that is needed for large-scale implementation. If we're talking about developing a portfolio of programs for bankable investments, what we mean is that all of the program of activities that are generating those benefits for economic empowerment, for afforestation, for improved health trajectory, for circular economy practices and sustainable sufficiency within communities are all part of the side benefits that the Clean Cook Stove provides, even more so from a clean energy, quality air production perspective. Evidence from our pilot program with over 20 women show promising results. Households have recorded an 86% reduction in daily fuel use, with firewood consumption dropping from 10 kilograms to about 1.37 kilograms per day when using briquettes. User feedback has also been encouraging. Over 90% of participants reported that the stove was much easier to use, and all participants confirmed that it was safer than traditional cooking methods. If I just speak a bit to the benefits from an ESG perspective, is that these Clean Cook Stoves have a program that incentivizes the beneficiaries to cook with an additional 10,000 naira every month so that they're motivated, based on the technology that these Clean Cook Stoves are designed with. They have monitoring capacities with trackable devices attached to them. And these is connected on a blockchain technology that ensures that cooking experiences are recorded and they're also benchmarked against high compliance ESG factors. And that also gives the grace and the ability to be able to capture data from a DMRV perspective so that an Article 6.4 program that it is carries the weight and is also gives opportunity and the grace for investment returns, for investment opportunities. This demonstrates that climate solutions are most successful when they also deliver clear economic and health benefits to communities. Another area where Lagos is taking decisive action is in waste management and the development of circular economy. Through our EcoCirculate program, we're promoting a shift from waste disposal to waste valorization. Across communities and public institutions, these programs incentivize residents to separate and return recyclable materials. In exchange, participants receive tangible benefits such as cash rewards, food items, and even access to health insurance. This benchmark, or this is the bedrock of collaborations and participations and partnerships within the ministries, departments, and agencies in Lagos State. Having to know that each of these ministries have their mandates in providing social amenities and social insurance, we've developed ecosystems that help communities to plug into what is obtainable by transacting with their waste. Also understanding the culture and the nuance that the altruism around waste and environmental stewardship cannot be achieved if there's no benefit attached to it. The results speak for themselves. To date, over 14,000 tons of waste have been collected and valorized through these programs, preventing approximately 27,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. supporting over 10,000 direct beneficiaries and more than 100,000 indirect beneficiaries. These programs also support over 500 private green MSME businesses seeking to meet their environmental, social, and governance commitments. But circular economy transformation is not only about waste management. It is also about creating economic opportunity. Through our economy business network, Lagos is supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises that are building businesses around circular economy principles. To date, over 400 MSMEs received ESG capacity development, and more than 300 businesses have been trained on ESG reporting and sustainability practices. The network connects entrepreneurs to markets, partnerships, and financing opportunities, helping businesses to grow while creating green jobs and reducing environmental impact. These entrepreneurs are transforming textile waste into fashion products, converting plastics into new materials, and developing innovative solutions across the recycling value chain. Clean energy is another area where Lagos is working closely with partners to scale practical solutions. In collaboration with the Ministry of Energy, the state has expanded the deployment of solar-powered street lighting across Lagos. So far, over 22,000 solar street lights have been installed, with a long-term target of 49,000 installations across the state. These systems replace diesel-powered lighting infrastructure, significantly reducing emissions while ensuring reliable lighting for public spaces. Solar energy has also been deployed across 172 public institutions, including schools and health facilities, improving energy access and reducing operational costs. In addition, Lagos is supporting innovative infrastructure projects that combine renewable energy with circular economy principles, and we're working with private sector entities to achieve this. One of the notable examples is the Okoba waste-to-energy project. That is ensuing. Conversations are going on right now. And what it essentially is to integrate solar power with biogas generated from animal waste at the abattoir. The facility is designed to generate approximately 3 megawatts of clean electricity, producing nearly 4,900 megawatts per hour of energy annually, while avoiding an estimated 3,700 tons of carbon dioxide emissions each year. By converting organic waste into energy, the project diverts waste from landfills, reduces methane emission, even though there's a green finance mechanism around that, and provides clean electricity for surrounding public facilities. This kind of integrated approach is essential for rapidly growing cities like Lagos, where environmental challenges and infrastructure needs intersect. So what we're learning from these initiatives is that effective climate governance is not only about policy, it's about evidence, it's about collaboration, it's about systems thinking. We see ourselves in Lagos not only as a large city managing its own environmental transition, but also as a learning platform for other African cities seeking practical models for sustainable urban development. We can talk about the projects that we've done, localizing and customizing them for our communities because they differ in terms of social amenity, they differ in terms of cost of living, they differ in terms of the sort of waste that is prevalent amongst their space. So the path forward will require deeper collaboration with governments, investors, development partners, and innovators. We must move beyond short-term pilots. We have, and I'm going to talk about them hopefully at the plenary session, if we're talking about bankable projects. We have at least 5 different bankable projects. We went to the COP31 with 2 of them, and we got traction with them. We must move beyond short-term pilots and focus on building systems that can scale across communities, cities, and countries. So platforms like the WACEE play an important role in enabling this collaboration by bringing together policymakers, technology providers, investors, and entrepreneurs. We create the conditions that is necessary to accelerate the region's green transition. So as we look toward the future, Lagos remains committed to building a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable urban economy, one where clean energy powers growth, waste becomes a resource, and innovation creates opportunity for millions of people. It all feels like a drop in the ocean, but we need to start to scale, we need to start to consolidate, and we need to start to aggregate. The journey ahead is ambitious, but it is also full of possibilities. Together, through partnership and shared purpose, we can build cities that are not only larger, but smarter, cleaner, and more sustainable. Wish you all a happy deliberation. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so very much, Madam Senior Special Advisor. We appreciate your being here, but I do have a confession to make. Now, after I heard our platinum sponsor speak, Ulf came up here and laid it out so beautifully. And then you stood here and said, Lagos is listening. And I thought to myself, oh, really? So I listened attentively, wanting to hear what you had to offer. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I dare say that Lagos is actually listening. Thank you very much. I think Lagos deserves a better round of applause for all the things that they put in place. These initiatives are not that easy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at WACEE, conversations are important, but action is even more critical. Having set the stage with visionary insights and strategic direction, we now take the symbolic step that marks the official commencement of this conference. I would therefore like to invite our distinguished dignitaries to join us for the official ribbon cutting ceremony as we formally declare WACEE 2026 officially open. We will be led, of course, by our very own Bastian Litzbar, and of course, Mr. Daniel Kroll, to be joined by other distinguished guests. Please spare me a round of applause if you may. Thank you very much. Yes, please, guests, you please join them. Partners, keynote speakers, it is time to officially declare open our conference and exhibition. We will also be having our photo shoots, so we take advantage of the ribbon cutting ceremony to have photo shoots with our partners and all those who believe in green energy, circular economy. This is where you belong. May I believe I would hand over the microphone. Bastian?
Yes.
Please, sorry.
I think I need a pair of scissors. Ah. Oh, that is a very special set of scissors. So, yeah, then again, thank you very much, everyone, for attending. Sponsors, partners, representatives of government. It is very much appreciated that you join us here today. And now I'm happy to declare, I need to face this way, huh? Let us cut it together. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. And yeah, the exhibition is hereby open. Please follow us. I think we're going to have a little walk around. Somebody will take me. Oh, we're taking more pictures. Okay.
With ILF Engineers Nigeria Limited, our gold sponsors, and then we'll go on to Energize Impact, our platinum sponsors. No, we're just going to. So we can.
So, okay. So, maybe I should start all over again. Is it clear? Is it okay? So we'll be 45 by next month, actually in Nigeria. But we're 59 years globally. We operate in about 45 locations globally. Right now, outside of this energy and climate protection, we operate in the resources and sustainable industry, which we know as our normal oil and gas. So we are project managers for the Ajaokuta Kano Kaduna pipeline project. We are also involved in so many upstream projects in Nigeria. We've handled projects in Nigeria and sub-region of Africa, about 11 countries altogether. And we are very much around to support initiatives, clean energy, so to say. We are involved in some projects for Conexa in Kaduna. We're looking forward to many opportunities in solar energy. Thank you for coming around.
Can I ask one question? You have any floating solar installed in Nigeria?
No.
But you are aware that the energy efficiency of floating solar is 20 to 30% more efficient than normal solar?
Yes, I agree with you.
So which of the hydro projects have you been?
Okay, there's one that we are supporting in Nasarawa State. Federua is, we are involved in the feasibility. We're going through the feasibility study now. And then they later go into the design, because we are design engineers.
What's the intended capacity
For the,
project?
maybe 20 megawatts. It's not so big, But that's not our capacity, so to say, because globally we've handled bigger projects.
As much as
The QIT power project was about 500 megawatts.
where's that?
It's Kwa Ibo Terminal, Akwa Ibom State, for ExxonMobil, 500 megawatts. Tam. Yeah. These are first in Nigeria. But globally as a company, oh, my card is here.
Yeah, sorry. Could I have yours too?
Thank you very much, ILF, gold sponsors. As we'll now move on to our platinum sponsors, Energize Impact AG. Energize Impact AG, our platinum sponsor. We do appreciate the support. And of course, we will be seeing Ulf at his stand. The support is most appreciated. I present to you Energize Impact AG. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to our little booth here. A quick introduction to what is this actually on? Yeah. It's on? Okay, fantastic. So if you start in the corner here, a little tour. This is the history of Africa Green Tech. 10 years on the continent of Africa, working from small little nanogrids in remote villages, bringing to energy where it was definitely needed. And this is impact factors that we have seen, some statistics where life of people has been massively improved. I particularly like the experience of this gentleman here, David Abed, who has a small factory, a small repair shop, and he started with $9 monthly income, imagine. Now he has an energy solution, and he's up to 206 and providing energy for his villagers as well, maintaining the tool, and this is running for several years now, ongoing. So little impact factors and stories that actually motivate the company and our investors in AG, to be in Africa and help changing things. From this, we started thinking bigger, wanted to be better and bankable, as we have seen the issues. In Agra, one of our major interests, my passion, cooling solutions for the cool chain, water purification and irrigation, so that people have clean water in remote villages. We can say goodbye to diarrhea that's killing people, particularly children, which is horrible, absolutely not necessary. And irrigation with even technology as far as AI introduced, if you want to see what crop needs how much water when. All autark, solar powered. Processing. It hurts me, as I said, it hurts me to see people slaving in the farms, really working so hard, breaking the backs, and having hardly nothing. And then export, and people who can push a button on a machine to make the money. It should be earned here. I like the initiatives of Nigeria and Ghana to, for example, stopping the shea butter export to manufacturing here. But we need the machines. We're starting in Nigeria, we're in Senegal, Mali, Niger, and other countries. Yeah. But as we said, we want to group several to have the numbers, and then also bringing the machines that can process, may I say, German quality machines for the manufacturing, to really have the numbers and first have export at a higher value level. Yeah. Agra. Then energy connectivity. It is fairly simple actually to connect rural villages with the internet, to therefore have then access to all the information that people need to be part in the loop, to be trained and educated, and a lot. This little machine here can connect 50,000 people via satellite. Yep. Hospitals. 50,000 people via solar can be connected to that. One other aspect very close to my heart, looking at health clinics. It is fairly simple to connect a remote health clinic with a bit of solar and a strong battery, durable, that is scalable, to have power so that doctors can scan particularly ladies when they're pregnant to make sure that everything is fine. To even have a bit larger system to even power the cool fridges for the vaccines in remote villages. Cool chain for medical, pharmaceutical, key aspect that I'm very much interested in. I'm sure we can solve the pharmaceutical cool chain problem across all of Africa, far cheaper than it's estimated. And for a pragmatical solution using African ingenuity, which is very important too. No diesel, no downtime for residential developments. Each unit individually metered. Say goodbye to the troubles you have as a tenant, whether your neighbors will not pay for the diesel. So 24/7, even remote. Talking about recycling and affordable housing, they are with a partner in our group. They have a system where we can use valuable resources like plastic to build much better and climatized thermal walls for residential buildings. Battery and hydrogen charging for electrical bus. We have projects coming up in Uganda and Kenya. Why not Nigeria? Yeah, and hydrogen as storage, so much more efficient and long-lasting, reliable than the odd batteries that burn through so quickly. Reliable power for commercial and industrial plants. Even going that far, we can say that we have technologies in our group that can help to stabilize the grid, the national grid. And finally, on the corner there, opportunity to do business with us across Africa. We're working with local partners, with local champions that know the markets, that know what to do and how to do, and we can bring in additional technology, additional training. We help with the reporting, we help with the banking of the many, many different projects to have a larger bankable fund-like project where investors can go in.
Thank you very much, Ulf. We do have limited time, so we'd like to proceed very swiftly in this direction. There's still so much to share. We have the exhibition going on for 2 days. We'll just go through. We would not be taking comments in all the booths, just one or two who offered us support and sponsorship. So we'll just announce that this is the Black Pelican Group. We're just going to look through, see what they do. We can then move on to the next, which is the Nigerian-German Chamber of Commerce, NGCC, right here. And of course, we all know that the NGCC facilitates trade between Nigeria, yes, and German businesses. So they're right here also represented. Thank you very much. Yes, exactly. So we're going to go this way. We'll continue with Advantage Austria. We're going in this direction. Thank you very much. They say they are surprisingly ingenious.
The European Chamber of Commerce. What's your liaison into Nigeria?
We have one of our partners, Strain and Bland Partners, right here. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Right, we are the African Skills for Germany, and they basically facilitate African Skills for German Complex.
Takes the young Nigerians to learn German language
why they are done with the German language to connect them to employers in Germany, because we all know that the country is facing skilled worker, and they have these aged people in the industry, so they needed
What platforms do you connect your
so because we have the delegation of German industry and commerce, so we have access to the chambers of commerce in Germany that has these companies.
No, I mean locally. What
In
platforms,
Nigeria.
What we do is just that we send out our application process online, so people apply, and we pick them towards what they apply for. So that was what we always.
I think you should develop pipelines that will give you credible people and those who are already in the business, and having some form of endorsement with the government also help you
So
curate the right.
so we are working with GIS, etc. for migration.
Exactly.
That's just what I wanted to do. That's good.
Thank you very much. We're now at Subasol AG. Thank you very much. We have just a few minutes. If you please just.
Salt battery storage. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it's a new battery chemistry on the market, which combines the advantages of lithium iron phosphate, which is well known on the market, with very long life and with very low environmental impact.
Right. So you think that with the composition it's more suited for our terrain, our weather,
Yes, for the weather it's
yes.
very good. So the temperature range is
The
very
temperature
big.
is good,
Yes.
right? And also because you say it's salt battery, I would think that the coastal areas of the country would be more suited for it. Is that correct?
It's for both.
Like Lagos.
Yes.
Yeah, it's for both coastal areas and other. So the area it's a general,
Right.
but there is. You mentioned also the problem of recycling.
Yes.
And this
So do you have a circular economy component to it?
the big advantage is there are no toxic materials inside.
Right.
This is a big thing because if you have the battery, you have to think what's
You
going
have to
to
go
happen.
after the afterlife. The afterlife.
Yes.
And I also want to know what's the lifespan.
So lifespan is over 5,000 cycles, and we give a warranty on the battery of 10 years.
Right, and I think the quality is important because some of the panels that we get right now are really substandard. The glass films that come in are very, very thick. And so they strike, they cut off when harsh weather happens, and then they blow up in flames. So, yeah.
Where is it
So this is a long
prominently
ride for 10
in
years.
use right now? Where is this prominently in use?
Have you piloted in Nigeria?
Next month at the Goethe Institute here in Lagos.
Where?
Goethe Institute.
Goethe
Goethe Institute.
German.
Okay. All right.
So next month.
Yes.
So the device is here.
Where is this?
This is Yaoundé.
Yaoundé, Cameroon.
Last month.
Last month.
Yes.
What's the capacity?
Battery storage 105 kilowatt hours.
Yes.
Inverter 50 kilowatt. So it comes with an inverter inside, MPPT inside. Only one. And 105 kilowatt hours battery, 50 kilowatt inverter, and 65 kilowatt MPPT inside.
Yes.
And
You want to connect the Nigerian chamber, German chamber of commerce and industry will help you in integrating into the right industries and the sectors. There's still a large room, for clean energy, and even though the market entry is quite high in terms of the cost, but there's still some demographic that you can work with, especially when they need quality products like this. So, all the best. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we'll just go to GIZ. They actually are partners. GIZ Nigeria.
Welcome. GIZ are our friends in Lagos State.
Oh, okay. Okay. So they're not no strangers to you. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay.
Tell us what you're doing. We have, so this is basically the energy projects that are here. We have the Nigerian Energy Support Program. We have also the COMSA, the Covenant of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa. We have the PDP program. So we have different programs, and we have the Green Hydrogen program. Maybe when you say demonstration of how they
So the head of the German Nigerian hydrogen office here. Yes, we met, yes. Yes, exactly, yes. Yes, we know. We have quite a number of climate-related projects as well, which I also did the development of the net zero investment plan. Yes. So there's quite a lot that we'll be eager to discuss with you. Yes.
I know that we work with GIZ with climate literacy, capacity building.
Absolutely.
There are quite a number of projects that we're doing with the Ministry of Women Affairs, with the Ministry of Environment, and also with the Vocational Institute.
Absolutely, right. That's incredible.
So we work a lot on rural electrification projects. Yeah, we work with the Rural Electrification Agency, Federal Ministry of Power, and even this currently we are working with state governments. Working with Badagry right now to establishing recycling hall in connection with Agbara, at Agbara. Yes. We have that. So we are doing a lot.
Thank you very much. Follow up with you and then try to especially on our climate topics.
We must collaborate and work.
No, definitely.
That means that
We're looking at
your ESG framework, you must be able to report the milestones that you have achieved with Lagos.
Oh, absolutely.
For social impact.
Lagos is the front runner.
There you have it.
So
we have a project in Ekpe that we are supporting under the intercommunity mini-grid association. So maybe I should tell you about the cold chain facility that is because I have some young agro-innovators that are running using circular economy, use the fridge compressors to create clean energy for cooling facility for the farmers. Yeah. So maybe we can work together.
Thank you very much. So we'll stop at the Germany Trade and Invest GTAI. Just the shop.
Tax procedures here or tax procedures in Germany. Right. So we're representing Germany. So right. I have a business network. Sorry to interject in the short time. I have a business network of over 500 green sustainability MSMEs cut across agriculture, health, environment, waste management, even in fashion. And I think that there are opportunities where we can create some form of amalgamation between those businesses. They're small scale, they're medium scale, and they're already doing stuff, and we're helping them to collect data, verifiable, bankable data that can help them to scale. So maybe we should have a conversation about that. And I have that.
I'm not sure if he's a Muslim.
you. So next we'll be visiting Nestle, Nigeria PLC. They're providing.
Nestle are my people.
Where is the water? I only see golden corn and Milo here. I thought you were providing us water. Yes.
What are you bringing to the working event?
Okay, we have the Milo, and we have the Nescafe to just keep it alert, and the Milo to give you the strength, the energy.
So basically for breakfast?
Breakfast.
Yes.
Tea break? We have it, but Nescafe is there.
Some people eat breakfast for lunch.
We have in the provision center for you. Nescafe that you can see.
So in my own language, I always ask, what are the sustainability initiatives that you're running? Even though I know that, I'm in touch with Victoria, I work very closely with Chinwe, and kudos to what you're doing in evaporating or fabricating your bottles, your material collection, your material recovery process, working together on that as well. And even more importantly, the team that you're creating, your waste speakers that you're creating, formalizing, we want to be able to catalyze that, make it a bit more wider, because you have the resources and the funding, and what you're doing in gearing them up also will help us be able to scale into the other communities so that you can expand those lines and you can create more jobs in material recovery, in waste collection, and ultimately ensuring that we have sustainable environmental solutions. So, well done. And, good to see you.
All right. The next Association of Waste Managers of Nigeria.
My dear sister. Lovely to see you. It's a pleasure. We're here. Of course. I was in very good friends with the German government. They work hand in hand. You're welcome.
Okay, let me just take over from my. So you are all welcome. So this is the stand of the Association of Waste Managers of Nigeria. It's the umbrella body of all the waste management companies, individual professionals, practitioners in Nigeria that into waste collection, recycling, practitioners and like etc. Basically, we are here to partner, not like government and so many others in Nigeria because we work with them to try to popularize African Nigeria, also work with them to take certificates from here produce all what I'm what is it combating, waste, especially a company from Europe, to combat the waste that has high calorific value into energy, into electricity, and the other one that will also be combating, extracting, fighting that, and yeah, what that's good for us. We want to see the quantum of way that we created being combated, being utilized for instance, and know the quantum of energy in terms of gigawatts that should be generated from the waste that we generate. It will amaze you, and that is where we are going.
You allow me for the next 2 hours. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Waste producers, responsibility of Nigeria. Okay. So no need for any stories.
Tell you a little bit about what we do. Yeah, we implement the excellent program for electric.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we are behind time. So it's very UN Global Compact Net Company Nigeria. 30 seconds.
Okay, so basically we are the arm of the program to the left hand around the bush. Just to ensure that we have so basically we have very much very complicated energy complicated so we're trying to ensure that everyone has
28 seconds. Good morning. Heading to the hospital. Thank you. 30 seconds. Your time starts now.
This is Dr. Alan. I'm not trained. Okay, so we're from Reddington Hospital. At Reddington Hospital, our mission and vision is to ensure that we are the top tertiary hospital in Nigeria according to the highest standard. And two of our key things are first, our mission ensure that everything we are doing is possible, connected, and as I said, patient yes, so we provide every kind of service. 24 hours. You are attended to first, in an emergency setting, you are attended to first before your relative are now being transferred from hospital. We have that every kind of service right there, chest X-ray, CT scan, MRI. We're not taking you somewhere else. Obstetrics and gynecology, body care, you are like suction period, everything, any department. Dentistry, ophthalmology, so we have different centers. Oh, everything, all encompassing. There's nothing that you need to travel out of the country for. Orthopedic surgery, everything. We do everything, all encompassing. And we have so many branches. So, start with location.
Grants for the Planet Foundation. 20 seconds.
Our target is just about 1 trillion trees. And then we treat over 6,000.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think another thing that
Energy Efficiency Innovation Challenge. Morning. 15 seconds.
So basically what we do is a platform for create ideas around the village. So we have a challenge just behind it. Okay? And by inviting you to join us, we have 11 primary schools across the country. This is Ralo, Nigeria, and Nigeria. Basically just around the idea is that we have for
what's the demographic? What's your target? See young businesses.
35 to 35,000.
Thank you very much. And we shall now turn left because so we're done.
You're old enough to fuck. You're old enough to know. Nobody gives a fuck. You're a holla now you're old. You like to kiss the ass. It hits you when you fat. You take you fast. You're a holla now you're old. If you sweet, oh, I will chop my soul.
start our first session after a successful tour of the exhibition stands. We are indeed grateful to everyone, including our special guests who made it through the exhibition stands. I now ask that we please move forward so we can start the sessions. Please move forward all. We crave your indulgence not to leave the seats empty in front. We thank you very much for being here, and this is the reason why we are here anyway. So please move forward. I'll just quickly get our hosts so they can also join us as we begin the panel discussions. advance the green economy across West Africa with a focus on clean energy deployment, climate innovation, and circular economy business models. The discussion will examine how investment instruments can be aligned to scale sustainable enterprises within the region. Without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator for the first panel session. She is of the German desk of Access Bank. Please welcome our moderator, Oluwatomisin Adeboye. And I think she deserves a round of applause, please. Encourage her. Ladies. Oluwatomisin Adeboye is of the German desk of the Access Bank, and she will be moderating the first panel session. You will be, well, this is my mic. I think you have that. I'll get the one they're going to use. Okay. So you introduce your, of course, you know, not only for me to tell you. See if I can get microphones for the seats.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, partners, investors, sponsors, everyone in the house. It's a great privilege to be here this morning. I welcome you officially to the opening panel session of the West African Clean Energy and Environment Trade Fair and Conference 2026. Our discussion today, hello. Our discussion today focuses on a critical issue, shaping the future of sustainable development across the region in West Africa. And the topic is unlocking capital for the green economy, financing clean energy, climate startups, and circular economy solutions in West Africa. So across West Africa, innovation in renewable energy, climate technology, and the circular economy solutions continues to grow. Entrepreneurs and enterprises are developing solutions continually that can expand energy access, improve efficiency, and strengthen climate resilience. However, it is important to note that despite all the things that all of these partners, all of the contributors and participators are doing to improve sustainability and sustainable development in Africa, there is still a critical challenge, and that is financing. Ensuring that they are able to get the right financing and backup support for the project. Today's panel therefore brings together leaders across government. I mean, we've heard from Mrs. Oshodi. Leaders across the government, clean energy development, finance, and sustainability advisory to explore how capital can be better mobilized, structured, and deployed to accelerate the region's green transition. So over the next 40 minutes, we'll examine the financing gaps in the green economy ecosystem. We'll examine the barriers influencing and limiting investment, as well as also look at practical ways to strengthen collaboration between policymakers, financial institutions, and the private sector. So let us begin. Join me as I welcome our very first panelist for this session, in person of, you already listened to her before, but I want you to give her a roaring applause. So please join me as I welcome Mrs. Titi Oshodi. And I'll be taking a citation quickly. She is the Senior Special Advisor to the Lagos State Government on Circular Economy and Climate Change. She's an accomplished administrative, executive, and change management leader with nearly 3 decades of senior management experience. Mrs. Oshodi is a passionate youth advocate, social reformer, and climate enthusiast. She currently serves, as you know, as a special advisor on climate change and circular economy to the governor of Lagos State, and she is the deputy chairman of the Public Policy and Advocacy Committee of the CIPM. Please give her a round of applause once again. You're welcome, ma'am. Our second panelist for this session is Mr. Benedict Opala. Mr. Benedict, are you in the house? Please give him a round of applause. He is the CEO for Kiru Energy, a pioneer in providing accessible solar solutions across Nigeria. He has a background in electrical engineering and over 7 years in the renewable energy sector. Mr. Benedict co-founded Kiru Energy to tackle climate change and energy poverty, focusing on small businesses that form the backbone of local economies. He's represented youth perspectives at international forums, including the European Union Africa Business Forum and COP'28. Please join me once again as I welcome Mr. Benedict. You're welcome, Mr. Benedict. The third panelist is also a man. His name is Mr. Dumebi Okeke. Mr. Dumebi, are you in the house? Oh, you're welcome, sir. I'll take his citation. He's a senior associate. Oh, okay. You're welcome, Mr. Dumebi. He's a senior associate at Sage Gray Finance Limited, where he drives strategy, financial structuring, and business development for impact-focused projects in renewable energy, recycling, and sustainable infrastructure. Mr. Dumebi specializes in creating commercially viable solutions that deliver measurable social and environmental impact. Our final panelist, as you know, this is International Women's Month, and we're balancing this. We're balancing this with another woman. She's Miss Oiza Nicholson, and she'll be joining us virtually. Organizers, I hope Miss Nicholson is online. All right, thank you very much. You're welcome, Mrs. Nicholson. Our citation goes thus: she's a seasoned C-suite executive and sustainability strategist and managing director of Perazim Impact Consulting. Mrs. Oiza advises government, investors, and enterprises on translating climate ambition into bankable growth. She has overseen portfolios exceeding 700 million euros, supported over 75 businesses, and mobilized more than $19 million in investments across Africa and Southeast Asia. Our work focuses on investment readiness, ESG performance, and green finance, making our perspective critical as we explore how to unlock capital financing for the circular economy in West Africa. Please let's put our hands together as we begin. Hello. Okay. Good morning, panelists. Good morning once again, Mrs. Oiza. You're welcome to the session. So I guess we can just start right about now. There's a lot that has been said so far about the group. I just wanted us to have a bit of a background to this. So people in the audience that might not have that much understanding of what it's about can get to know. Let's just get right into it. So Mr. Benedict, I'll start with you. What is the fuss about on green economy, climate change? What is sustainability really about?
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to answer this question from the perspective of a clean energy entrepreneur. So basically, green economy, in our perspective, simply means an economy could be of a nation or of the world that runs on green and sustainable principles. So this can, be, range across energy, transport, agriculture, and all other sectors. So if a system runs under the principle of green economy and sustainability, that is a green, or that is the understanding of what this whole green economy means. Let's narrow it down to the energy field where I'm currently working on. And let's look at Nigeria as a whole. We can understand that a good part of our energy systems in Nigeria, or our energy system in Nigeria, comes from fossil fuel sources. And one could say, okay, we have another portion of our energy coming from, or electricity coming from hydro, which can be looked at or considered as green to some extent. However, up to 60% of our energy system comes from fossil fuel. So, and that is why we're talking about green transition in Nigeria, a situation whereby we can gradually and systematically move into a space where our energy system will be from green and sustainable sources. So this is, to give you a clue, an understanding of how to look at this. We're looking at a situation whereby somebody rents a house and you're not thinking of the generator you're going to buy. I mean, it's like right now, generators are like, as you're renting a house, you're buying generators, they're more like you're paying all of them together. So we're looking at a situation where an average Nigerian can look at other alternative energy sources that are sustainable. Example, solar energy systems. And it becomes more like a cultural adaptation for an average Nigerian. We were looking at a situation whereby most Nigerians will not look at solar energy system, for instance, as something that is a bit far from them, but something that they have an understanding of, just like we already have an understanding of our fossil fuel generator. And then, of course, in transport system, agricultural sector, and all of that sectors, we are also looking at how these areas and these sectors can tap into this same very green economic principle. Of course, we can talk about electric vehicle, electric bike, and all of that, innovations and technologies around this sector. But for a system to be defined as sustainable, it's not just something more like, theoretically, but on a more practical terms, we are looking at a kind of a cultural shift where everybody feels what it looks like. I mean, when you travel maybe outside of Nigeria, look at some countries where they already have this, sustainable adaptation. For instance, I'm going to give you a practical example. In terms of waste management, you go to, let's say, a mall to buy something, and by the time they are done packaging your whatever you got, and they put it inside maybe a, not in a plastic bag, but inside a paper bag.
Paper bag.
I mean, I'm looking towards when Nigeria will get to that point where I can just head to the mall or get to ShopRite and buy something, and they put it in a, paper bag. I mean, we dispose a lot of plastics and polythene bags in Nigeria, and these things don't decay. So you see, by the time we get to that point where you look around and you can't even see the least plastic around you, that is the time you can say, or you can comfortably, understand what it means to be, transitioning into a green and sustainable economy. So I believe, I've done a little bit of justice to this expression. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dwebi. So, Mr. Oshodi, he's talked about sustainable development, how this can be practicable in the country. How long do you think this would last for? Do you think this is something that has come to stay? How fast can we quickly adapt to this? Noting that a high percentage even of the West African community is yet to understand or even come to terms with what sustainability or what green economy is about? How long do you think this will last for?
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for that question, and good morning once again to everyone. News flash. We already do sustainability. You know, our lifestyle demands or has demanded that we do sustainability. From a green economy perspective, the culture was generate, use, and dump. Yes. You know, on a large scale basis, that's pretty much how it's been. Sometimes when we ask questions or we hear questions that resounds or resides around us as Africans or Nigerians, my first, maybe because I'm just being defensive, is that we're not the industrialized people that has caused this climate change and the horror that we're going through. And because of our, you know, limited access to resources, we have created ingenuity in trying to develop circular economy practices. I remember back when I was growing up, I would go to my grandmother's place, and practically every container that has been used is still in the house because she's reusing it to pack up rice, yes, or, you know, or flour or something. Yes. The only difference is that we're not able to apply it from a commercialization perspective. And that is what the green economy presents for us now. Because the idea of the culture of generating, number one, there's no sector that does not generate. There's no human being that does not generate. There's no community that does not generate. But we've come to a place where we are being forced to think about the end of the life of what we generate. And that is where circular economy comes to bear for us. What makes it even more colorful right now is that people need to understand that there are opportunities for generation of revenue or getting more value by the usage of what they generate, right? And in answer to that question, it means that it is something that has come to stay because there is a ripple effect on it on our environment. There's a ripple effect of it on our pockets. There's a ripple effect of it on our health. There's a ripple effect on it, on the security of our livelihood, right? So we are compelled in so many ways to consider how we're going to adapt ourselves to the change that we're experiencing, which is essentially, you know, climate change. But in our adaptation, how can we deepen our level of economic development? How can we promote environmental stewardship, but curtailing it around the areas that are unique to us? So that idea of the way we used to possibly, you know, reuse our items, there are technologies and scalable procedures that take it to the next level. And that's why we have to start to look at it from the lens of commercialization, from the lens of scaling, to say, if I'm already compiling paper, or I'm compiling as a trader, I compile all of my cartons, I compile my bottles, I compile, you know, even my electronic waste that I've, you know, that is spoiled, that I need to do something about or, you know, dispose. There is somebody who needs these things. And it is time for me to start to research and look at ways that I can generate extra money, because the Global North has produced a framework that gives us the chance for commercializing, for, you know, driving transaction and establishing transaction with these things, and also scaling as a business entrepreneur, opportunities to start a business with it. Some of these conversations we have, and they sound abstract, they sound far-fetched, because, you know, the first question is, who is going to buy my cartons from me? Who is going to be interested in my cans?
right? That's where our conversations for climate literacy at the community grassroots level becomes very, very functional. Those women who already have adopted the process of not wasting things because of limited resources can then see how they can take it to the next level by disposing of them responsibly, but by gaining something extra into their pocket. And once you get people to understand the value of exchange in terms of money, in terms of cash, in terms of form, some of our, resource that is useful for them, is it food, is it recharge card, then the word goes out, like wildfire, because then you have to see. I've had situations now with our eco-circulate. Our first one was in Badagry. We've activated about 10 other locations. We're going to Apapa Igomo. The last one we did at Ojokoro. When we got there, the people were already negotiating the cost of their waste. So the enterprises that we took along so that we could provide, we could expose them to the market at Ojokoro, when the guys came, the community members came, they were saying, the cost of the plastic that you are giving us is too small. We usually get it at a higher price. So some of them were going back with their plastics. All of the ones that they hauled to that place. So the awareness is growing. What that means for us as a government is that at the local source, at the kitchen level, right, people can begin to sort out their waste, take out the ones that are valuable for them, releasing the other part, even though I think that all of it, should be used, but at least at the entry level, they're beginning to look at the ones that are valuable for them, the plastic, the cloth, the cans. They're taking that out, and they're beginning to look for even those pushers, those cart pushers. They provide more value. The average informal, if we ask the Awan people today, there's a statistic that says that those cart pushers that are in the informal sector earn over 700,000 on a monthly basis, just by putting the cash and by exchanging and by buying plastic from communities. So that gives you an idea of the economic propensity that is domiciled in that area. If nothing else is going to make us stick with it, that in itself is enough to make it a strong argument. So it is here to stay, and we're going to make the best of it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for answering so elaboratively. So, Mr. Dumebi, I'll be coming to you now. What would you say is the barrier to getting or securing financing in the green economy? What exactly is limiting individuals or organizations that want to go into this space? What are those things that are limiting them from expanding or even starting at all?
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
I understand. Good afternoon, everybody. That's a very interesting question. But it's a very simple question again, and it's a question that has already been answered here. I think Mr. Daniel Kroll answered the question when he was giving his address. To put it very simply, if you are going to try to access funds, financing, there is one place that society has been built around this idea. The place that you're supposed to go, ideally, is a bank. You go to a bank and tell the bank, listen, I have an idea, I want to build a car factory. They would ask you, okay, what kind of technology are you going to use? Who are you going to sell the things to? How is your supply chain? And then if you can justify everything, justify all the questions that they're going to ask you, easy enough. They can tell you, okay, if you're looking for 1,000 naira, I can give you 400, I can give you 500, and then that's a start, right? The easy way to answer this question is if we are going to access financing from the green economy, I was going to say circular economy. If we're going to access financing, we have to look at it from the perspective of the financial institutions who are going to give this financing. And the single biggest thing that any financial institution is going to ask or is going to come at you with is a risk assessment framework. I'm sure all of us, well, maybe let's say a good majority of us here have bank accounts, and then we have at least some money in the bank. The way banks work, banks take your money, and they are able to give other people facilities, credits using your depositors' funds. And then from your depositors' funds, they earn interest, they collect the funds back. And then when you need your money, you can always go to a bank and say, listen, I gave you guys 500 naira, please give me my money back. And there is no problem. If it ever happens, or if there is ever a situation where you go to a bank, and the bank that you gave 500 naira to is telling you that, listen, I don't have your money today, please come back tomorrow, that is going to be a problem. But the origin of that situation, that happens to be a situation where the bank has given your money to somebody to go and run a business, but the person is not, they are unable to make any good money, they are unable to get revenue or make profit on that business, which is leading to, you know, a cascade of capital erosion. So the biggest problem is that when the banks come at you with their risk assessment framework, it does not matter whether you are a green economy or whether you're going to save the world or whether you're going to cure cancer. If it's not going to make money to them, it is not going to make sense to anybody. So that really is the first thing. And when people come up with these points, it does seem like, and I can understand why, but it does seem like it is a bit, it's like you're putting a barrier for people and then they can't scale that barrier. But that's not actually the way it is. I've listened to someone say that the biggest problem with the green economy or green circular economy businesses, especially in the developing part of the world, is that a lot of the circular economy business models are simply just not viable. But that does not mean that we should abandon it. What that means is that we need to spend a lot of time, a lot of resources in actually understanding the business models, understanding the environment, and doing what we can to make them work. That really is it. Because even when we look at the developed economies, if we go to the Germanys of this world, I know that as far back as 1990s, Germany itself, it wasn't especially an environmental leader. Germany had the incinerators that were just burning their trash and not really extracting any energy from it. But today, Germany, Denmark, the Scandinavian countries, they are leading in terms of circular economy. They are leading in terms of environmental responsibilities in dealing with their... All these things didn't happen just because they had some magic idea or something like that. It took a lot of work. It took sensitization at primary, secondary, tertiary levels for them to develop the kind of expertise, the knowledge resources that they've capitalized on to get to the point here today. So the simple, just to put this in a very succinct statement, the simple biggest drawback to accessing finance for any business, whether you're in circular economy or whether you're outside of it, is if you're unable to meet the risk assessment criteria, if you can't answer the banker's question, you have to do something like maybe relying on grants. But for a lot of the situations, just how much or to what extent is the grant going to fund you? You get a grant to start a business today, you're not going to rely on the grants continuously to sustain your business. You have to go into the market, you have to generate revenue, you have to make a profit, and then you have to keep your business going. But if you cannot do that, then the bankers can see you coming from a mile away. Nobody's going to fund your business.
Thank you very much. So it's clear that it's difficult for a new startup to access financing because you need to have something going on even before you can be analyzed or your business can be reviewed by the banks. There has to be some form of structure that you've put in place already.
Yeah, that is correct. And we do understand that it is a bit of a catch-22. It's a chicken and egg, which one has to come first? The bankers are waiting for you to have something to do or something doing first before they can bring something into it. But before you can have something to do, you need someone to fund you to some extent. But which is actually quite interesting because my company, SageGrey Finance, we recently launched a $10 million fund. We launched it in collaboration with Ms. Nicholson. She's joined us virtually with her company, that's Parasm Impact Consulting, and then another organization called Circular Business Platform. Now, this fund itself, we call it the Circular Economy Impact Fund. So we've basically said, we're going to develop a fund and we're going to put this fund towards growing circular economy businesses in Nigeria. And the single biggest point why that's, the single biggest gap that that fund is looking to fill is to just plug that beginning point where, in a certain sense, we are coming to resolve that chicken and egg situation. Now, you might need, in practical terms, you might need maybe 200 million to go ahead and establish a business. But a bank has the funds to give you 200 million, but they can't give you 200 million because, I mean, you have nothing, you've not shown anything, you've not been able to even prove the viability of your own business. So we are taking it as one of the goals of the fund to bring in, even if it's 1 million, at least we get the thing off the ground. Let the banks themselves see that somebody is confident enough to put some money in this business, and that kind of de-risks, right? It let's say, brings the temperature of the whole situation down so that the institutions, they are more willing to fund. Because in reality, if we continue to rely on grants-based funding, it is not a good enough foundation for us to build a viable economy, not just businesses. I mean, economy. And in Nigeria, you have a situation where more than 70% of your businesses are SMEs anyway. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dumebi. So I'll be going to Mrs. Nicholson, if she can hear me. How do you think SMEs in West Africa can better position themselves to attract climate financing or ESG-aligned capital? Did you get that?
Thank you. Good morning. You can
Good morning.
Clearly. So in terms of, maybe talked about a really important thing, and there's a word for it, it's investment readiness. And how SMEs can help themselves to get investment ready is to ensure that they have, if you're looking at the number of things that you require, first of all, you need to have the right architecture. When I talk about the architecture, I mean a structure. You need to have strong financial systems. You often find organizations, SMEs, where maybe it's run like a one-man business. There isn't really a financial or operational structure. There aren't bankable business plans in place, or even the governance structures that investors would typically expect doesn't exist. And so when you have this situation, even though capital exists, the projects themselves cannot access it. There's a thing about capital. We say there's not financing. Interestingly, within the green economy, there are different figures that are thrown about. There are figures that say the financial flows in terms of the green economy is about 144 billion annually. And when you think about that, agencies like the IEA suggest that less than 5% of that comes to Africa. So you could then flip it and say, the problem or the challenge is not that the capital does not exist, is that there aren't bankable projects that are ready to access it. And so when you talk about bankability, it's having those kind of structures and the due diligence that Mr. Dumebi talked about. And on the flip side of it as well, I think there's something Mrs. Oshodi talked about that I thought was really interesting. And this is the awareness, because a lot of SMEs, and it's not just limited to SMEs alone, when you talk about the green economy, people think it flies over their head or it's not relevant to me. So there needs to be some sort of awareness and engagement. Green economy or sustainability isn't that complex. There are different, pathways towards green finances. So when we start to talk about, an example is the carbon markets. When you talk about carbon markets, it seems like a mystery. It's something quite mystical. People don't quite know how to engage. I admit that within the African context, and indeed Nigeria, it's still nascent because the regulation is forming. Regulation is already forming at the federal level, and the government has, so through the NCCC, recently launched the carbon market framework, which is that regulatory framework that begins to set the stage for how we engage with carbon markets, both internationally and locally. So I guess the point I'm making here is first, that investment, be investment ready, have the right structure. And That's why it's very important. This, what Mr. Dumebi talked about, the Circular Economy Investment Fund, has a technical assistance component of it. And what that technical assistance component does is to support enterprises to become investment ready. So there's an application process already going on for enterprises that apply to it. You go through an initial due diligence assessment. And after that, there will be a more detailed diagnostic with the, when I say diagnostic, I mean, it's really looking at what are the needs. We understand that the needs of one SME may differ to the other, right? You might also have SMEs that are already at growth or mature stage. So it's understanding what stage that there are, the needs, and then we would design a tailored package to support to fill those gaps, essentially, because that in itself not only de-risks, the technical assistance not only de-risks the funding that we want to give to the SMEs, but also improves their capacity and the potential that they are then able to attract other financing because they become more attractive. If you're having the right technical assistance that structures the organization, that makes sure that it's then attractive to other investors. And one key thing that I think is different with this fund, beyond the impact side of it, is that we're looking at carbon market additionality. So for eligible enterprises, they can, when I say eligible enterprises that meet the requirements or the investment that will be required to go into carbon markets, because you also have to do the balancing, right? Not every enterprise would be suitable to go down the carbon market route because you want to be able to ensure that the CO2 mitigations are significant enough to warrant a good return for them, essentially. So that's one additionality, but it's important to be aware. It's important to connect with these networks. And of course, coming to a conference like this that's pulling together all the different stakeholders is also really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll be going back to Mr. Dumebi. From your experience at Sage Grey Finance Limited, what differentiates a clean energy or climate project that successfully attracts financing from one that does not?
Practicality. So if I'll use the example of renewable energy, because we have a lot of those projects. We have a lot of people coming to us and saying, listen, we want to set up a mini grid. We want to set up, something like that, solar panels and so and so parts. But someone who comes and says that, listen, there is some part in Cross River. It's a rural part in Cross River, but although it's rural, there's a lot of economic activity going on there. People are making gari, people are grinding this, people are doing that there. And we think that if we give them power, rather than making 100 tons every week, the consistency of power would increase their output from 100 tons per week to 500 or 1,000. And then the power is cheaper. They don't have to rely on diesel. It means that their margins are going to be better. There are all these questions that have come out. And I mean, even before they become questions, there are points that the entrepreneur is trying to make to us. And we can instantly see the financing angle to it. But it's different when someone comes and says that they want to go and finance solar panels in somewhere in Cross River. Let me not call another state. But rather than having that commercially viable angle that is backing it up, that demand factor, they just want to put it somewhere and have it there because it's a nice idea, because these people have not seen light in the last 5 years. There's something that one man that I know used to say. He said, if you go to somewhere and they say that they've not seen, they don't have power, they don't have electricity, or they've not had electricity in the last 5 years, why are you going to go and give them electricity? Do you think that they have a problem? While that might not really be the most humane way to look at it, but from a financing angle, the people who have not had electricity for 5 years and are unwilling to pay for it when the thing is available, why are you going to go and finance? Why are you taking financing with Nigeria's interest rates at 30-something% to go? Come on now. So there's all that, there's that cascade of practicality. when you have identified someone who actually needs power, and then you go and give them power, and they are willing to pay for it, which is actually a very, very, very important factor, because that willing to pay for it factor is what is actually affecting the Nigeria general power sector today. We have a lot of people who are using power, but they can use 10,000 naira power in a month and they can only pay for 5. What do you do with the remaining balance, right? But practicality is the biggest factor that needs to be considered, and that gets you your financing half the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dumebi. I'll be going to. Please let's give him a round of applause, please. Let's clap for him. So, Mrs. Oshodi, what role can the government then play in supporting organizations that need financing? What can we do? Okay, he has said, or you have both mentioned that the banks come up with the risk acceptance criteria that gets limiting for organizations. So how would the government come in to assist?
So I think that based on some of the analysis that has been submitted, it just creates some level of validation regarding the framework that we work with, in Lagos. There are 5-pillar framework, and I'll quickly run through them without a deep dive as much. The first is people development. Across board, we can see here that there is still a great level of inadequate supply of information for people to be able to interpret the realities, their own realities, and how they're able to generate some level of sustainable practice, but also becoming economically viable for themselves. So climate literacy becomes the underlining conversation, not from an altruistic perspective, but for practicality, like Dumebi has said. So people development cuts across all of the demographics, from students to professionals, to those in school, to young businesses, young startups, up to thought leadership, stages for multinationals. And the language of climate literacy then becomes scaled or skewed to their level of understanding, their exposure, to the knowledge of it in the global framework, and also their exposure to resources as well. So people development is one. Number two is commerce. We feel very strongly that because it is a new terrain, there has to be economic benefits attached to it. And that's where incentivization comes in. Every entity within the ecosystem of an environmental sustainable plan must be incentivized one way or another to be able to deepen the level of commitment that is required for them. If you look at, so I think that Dumebi had shared some instances, but I'm going to try and bring it with some illustrations that we have gone through. So I've had conversations with young businesses who have sought finance from the microfinance bank because they are more engendered towards the grassroots level. And they've also begun to be more understanding of the green aspect of financing, understanding that it is a slow one. It carries, environmental ESG compliance factors with it. And then they begin to look at the possibilities of trading from a carbon footprint perspective. So this young man had sought for facility from this microfinance. And what is his own solution? To provide green energy through charging of phones for a consortium of businesses within his own community. And he had started with, 15 ports, charging ports. He was given a very, very minimal amount of amount. And
Within 3 months, based on the projection, this guy had turned over 3 times the amount, of the investment that was made on him. Of course, that was, a show indication of a bankable project. Now, imagine that he had done that in a span of 2-3 years. You would understand the sort of effects that he would do in scaling that operation. You would imagine the number of people that he would invite for job opportunities, and they will be dependent on that for their sustenance. But you would also imagine the opportunities for diversifying, because in the charging, let's imagine that he starts and he has a lot of customers that come in. Other business entrepreneurs will evolve from that. They would also try and build something outside of that, because I know the way we are. Our culture is that somebody is doing something that is doing well, another person will pick it up and say, me too, I can do it, somewhere else, Now, if he uses that hub to diversify for e-waste collection, because it is not so far away from what it is that he's doing. There are so many areas of collection in terms of data or reporting in terms of ESG that he can aggregate with that sort of business. So commerce is a very, very strong aspect of us deepening the level of green economy and sustainability. Then, of course, data, because in my conversation and what it is that we've done here, we do not have a culture of collecting data, much less collect a data that is ESG compliant, right? And there are 2 different things. But we're beginning to see technology or innovations that can help us to capture data raw and help to process them. These are some of the things that in the people development pillar for FMCGs or financial institutions, we can speak to them about it as a government to say, listen, you guys are doing so much, for communities and all of that. But what is the level of integrity? What is the credible integrity positioning of your data such that you can mark what economic derivatives you are achieving, what is the environmental sustainability trajectory with what it is that you're doing, what is the level of social inclusion in terms of the families that depend on the job, how many people have been able to develop their mind, they have built self-worth, they're able to, they're able to dimension health insurance, and how many, level of partnership and collaborations have you established in this. All of those things are integral donates and tenets that mark the level of integrity, the level of, the culture, the nuance, tradition. All of that are factors that are embedded in a high integrity ESG compliance report. So data is really, really very important because it also speaks to how it is measured, how it is verified, and how it is reported at the end of the day for carbon credits. That's another thing within the knowledge that we're supposed to show. And then, of course, there's the finance. No romance without finance. No matter how you try, to make people say that, if you sleep in a place that is dirty, it's not hygienic for you. You can't say that to somebody who is living in a shack, on the coastal area, to say you have to find a way to be environmentally conscious. You have to, the first thing they want to listen to is food on their table or food in their stomach, right? So hygiene does not become an issue for them. However, if you're able to give some form of incentivization that can drive the knowledge to say, look, all of this waste that you're surrounded by, you can make money from it. Just start by being clean. Start by being, mindful about how you dispose waste. Don't be, irresponsible with it. Then we can begin to capture finance. We can also begin to capture it on a macro level regarding an aggregation of waste collectors, how we're positioning them in communities with collection hub facility for them to be able to capture, the level of tonnage of waste that they collect. And that also speaks to a measuring, reporting, and verification process for carbon credits. And last but not the least, all of the derivatives on all of these pillars is embedded in a pillar for policy design. because it is evidential data, it is empirical data, it is ESG, compliant data that helps us as a government entity to say, this is how we can begin to dimension sector by sector. What is obtainable in the fashion sector? What is obtainable in the agro-innovation sector? What is obtainable in the waste plastic sector? How do we ensure that there's no double counting? How do we ensure that they have the regulations and the framework to be able to operate properly? How can we empower them? The ones that are recalcitrant, how can we ensure that we are establishing the policies, I don't want to use the word punish, but how can we ensure that there are deterrents in the process of those who are recalcitrant? And how do we ensure that we're rewarding those who are doing right, by the policies that are established in faith? So those 5 pillars actually form the bedrock of how we begin to communicate and how we begin to help businesses, because we know that MSMEs are the organ. They are the ones that interface on behalf of the government, on behalf of the multinationals or the big corporates like the Nestle and all of the Cadburys and all of that. They're not going to go out. They channel their material recovery processes through young businesses. There's the business that picks up tires to reproduce them into construction materials and mats and floor mats and slippers and flip-flops, already has a value chain where they mop up all those tires. That company, that organization is a medium-sized organization. I'm sure Sage Gray knows about them. They have attracted grants, not once, not twice. They've signed MOUs in different ways. So ability to scale by helping, access to markets, demanding and stimulating community areas for that market to be stimulated, for that demand to be stimulated, so that supply can be, attached to it for regenerative finance, are all parts of the things that government should enable.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oshodi. Thank you very much, everyone, all the panelists. So as we round off, I want to just get feedback from everyone. If you were to give an advice to an entrepreneur starting something today on climate change, green economy, entering into the space, what would you advise the person? Mr. Benedict, please. In one sentence, maybe.
Okay. Kind of advice I'll give to myself, right?
Okay.
Okay. What I would say is, I'll try to make it as short as I can. The same advice I received when I tried to start some years ago. Initially, we had, a vision of the big things we want to build, how we want to approach it. I mean, we are thinking big, basically. And then the next thing, we are trying to look at how can we raise funds for what we want to do. But something was missing. We don't have traction yet. We don't have any groundwork we can show. We want to build rockets, but we need to build maybe a small rocket before you can build the big rockets, something like that. So when we started talking to a couple of investors within the clean energy space, I remember one of them told us then was, look for the low-hanging fruits. Do something that is small, manageable, and simple. As small as you can, no matter how little it could be, no matter how shabby it might look, just start something. And that's exactly what we did. And I mean, from then till now, we've grown tremendously. So that's the same advice I'm going to give to anyone who wants to go into the clean energy space. The financing is not easy to access. It's difficult, a lot of barriers on it. But you can just start something. Reduce it to its simplest form of that thing you want to do and just start something. Get your initial customers, understand the market, and maybe soon enough you might get the big funding you are looking for to expand and scale.
Thank you very much. You said start something. Start something. However little, just start, and then you can scale. Mrs. Nicholson, any parting words for us? Your advice?
Whether it's in the green economy or not. Importantly, also ensure that when you're starting out, having your structure, because I find that a lot of SMEs, certainly in my experience within the development space and in the private sector space, overlook the need for structure. You can make profit only to a certain level, but then when it's time to scale, without those structures, you're not going to get the kind of investment or capital that you're looking for, whether it's from a bank, if you can afford it, or whether it's from, impact funds. And do look at investment-ready support that's out there. The technical, there's a lot of information. Plug into the information, plug into the right information. And importantly, very important, have your data, with your systems, have your data as well, because essentially that's what you're going to use for the business case that you need to get the funding that's required. So that would be my parting words. It's hard, but it's doable. It just requires quite a bit of resilience.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nicholson. Mr. Dumebi, any words for us?
My final words will be that, in contradiction to what my Ogadia has said, financing is available and it is accessible, but you just need to know what you're doing. And that's a sentiment that our biggest Oga, Dangote says that before he goes into any business, the very first thing he does is that he studies the business, and he studies it to a point of certainty. So you need to know what you're doing, and eventually, it might be difficult, depending on the sector you're trying to get into, or depending on the business. It might be difficult, but eventually you will make a headway.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oshodi, you want to say something?
I think I'm just going to combine all what has been said.
Thank you.
First and foremost, data is very important. Ensure that you're keeping roots and reports on everything that you're doing. Yes, finance is accessible. However, data and the proper compilation of a report helps you access data. Thirdly, as a young business, collaborate, partner with each other. Collaboration gives you an edge. What you do not know, the other person will complement, and that's essentially where data also comes in, because from a mechanism of collaboration, everybody bring in their strength, and you're also able to help the investor in de-risking as well, because at the end of the day, I've heard something, they say, oh, that is my idea or my concept. Somebody stole my concept. There's no concept that is being stolen in the green economy, because there's waste, everybody generates waste. Location is diverse in so many ways. The idea that is happening in Ikeja can also happen in Aja. It can also happen in Ikotu. So there's so many areas that is available for green finance, but there's also that chance, that opportunity or the grace for us to work together. We need to start deepening the level of collaborations, infusing all of the factors that has been stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, panelists. A lot has been said already, but Mrs. Oshodi has mentioned that, data is important. People development is key. We need to start building the right capacity and also sensitizing our people on the need to start this. Mr. Dumebi has also mentioned quite all right that there is financing, but you need to, as organizations, you need practicability, bankability of your project for finance, for you to get the right financing. Mr. Benedict has also mentioned that although financing is difficult, but start something. With wherever level that you are at, currently start something. As well as Mrs. Nicholson mentioned the need to have data. She corroborated what Mrs. Oshodi said. The need to have data to present something that we can see as a bank, as a financial institution. And as we wrap up, I don't think I mentioned my name at the beginning of this session. My name is Oluwatomisin Abeke Adeboye. I'm representing the German desk of Access Bank. And from all that has been said today, we've heard that financing may be difficult, but it is accessible. It is available, more importantly, at Access Bank. We have various product solutions for organizations that are interested in going into this sector. We have the Trade Connect platform from the German desk for organizations that are importing from Germany, and you have distributors from Germany, in Germany, that you want to do businesses with. We also have the Switch to Solar product for organizations or individuals, retailers that are interested in getting solar financing. I mean, you can also even speak to Mr. Benedict, who is the CEO for Kiru Energy. So a lot has been said today, and I want to just thank my panelists specially for coming on board, for speaking so extensively on securing financing for our businesses. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Can I get a round of applause for the panelists, please? I think it's time for us to take a photo opportunity. The moderator with the panelists. I'm trying to move this swiftly because I'm actually interested in the program that comes up after the next one, which is Lunch, Lunch, Lunch. Thank you very much. I would like to announce that before lunch, we have a company presentation. Is Comat ready? They will be having a session. Thank you. We've been advised of time, please. Thank you. Because I understand that if we don't go for lunch, the woman will take it away and we won't have time to eat. Thank you very much, SSA. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Can I give them, please give them another round of applause as they leave the stage while I call on representatives of COMA to please step forward, and let's make this very swift so we do not waste too much time. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Whatever you say. All right. You will see me. Once you start seeing me hanging around, you know you're taking it. I think we have a presentation. Next few minutes.
Yes. So they have a presentation to make. We are trying to save as much time as we can. So please, let's go right to it. But I am waiting to hear from Mr. Sunday. All right. So that's what you need. The microphone there is also on, this one, unless you want to have a mobile one.
No, I'm okay.
If you're going to be standing there, that's one microphone, and there's another one just in case. All right, one more minute. You have almost concluded, I believe.
Good afternoon. Yeah. My name is Divakar. We represent a company called Cormat. We are here to present energy efficient building systems. We are the manufacturers of isocore panels. We are just expecting a presentation to be on. Yeah, by the time they fix the presentations on the slide, we just give you an overview of the product. We are into sandwich panel manufacturing. We are based in Lagos. We produce polyurethane sandwich panels under the brand name Isocore. I am joined here with my colleague Kayode. We have just started this manufacturing in the year 2024, end of 2024, and we've been in the business for the last 2 years, and we have completed quite a number of projects. I wanted them to just put on the slide so we can have an idea of how the panel looks like. Meanwhile, I think we have some samples we can go around. They can see the panels by the time. We also have a display stand here. Yes, good. Thank you, Sunday. Yeah, we have sandwich panels and we have the spray foam insulation and the block foam insulation. Not moving? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, correct. The panels are, the panels have a PPGI on both sides and it's sandwiched with polyurethane insulation. We can produce a number of sizes. I would like my colleague Coyote to give some technical information on the panels itself. He is the one producing, he's the production manager for the Isocore panels.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Coyote Oyemi Simon. I'm the production manager for Sandwich Panels, Comat Nigeria Limited. So let me do a brief introduction of our product. These are actually insulated sandwich panels. They are the backbone of every construction where temperature plays an essential role. So when we talk about energy savings and energy efficiency, heat is a very significant form of energy. And if we cannot conserve energy in terms of heat, or if we're losing a lot of energy, definitely we're losing a lot of money because it is not cheap to generate energy. So sandwich panels is the backbone for the cold chain industry because one of the major problems in West Africa or the cold chain sector in West Africa is the ability not to be able to retain energy. A lot of energy, a lot of cooling is lost when there is no proper insulation. So right before now, before Comat started the local production of sandwich panel in Nigeria, most of these products are being imported from Turkey, from Europe. So a lot of amount of money is lost, to these outside countries. And then we decided that within ourselves, we need to, curb this. And then we need to develop premium sandwich panel with local content. And I am proud to be part of this journey. So this is an overview of what we do. This actually shows the complete envelope of a cold room. When the insulation is properly done, and then you can actually save a lot of money when it comes to operational expenditure for cold rooms or your cold chain. Also, the sandwich panels also forms the bedrock for cold chain transportation, as you can see in the illustration where we have cooling trucks. Also, we have other products like the slab stock foams, which are actually used in other forms of construction. My colleague here will actually share more details about the slabs foam and foam boards.
Thank you, Gaide. When we say slabs, they're mostly used in fish holds. Most of the trawlers used in the Atlantic Ocean, we insulate them. We also have another interesting product, spray foam insulation, which can be applied in situ at site. And we have done a number of projects when we talk of insulation in last couple of years. And one of the major reasons we came into this business is we, as a company, we are also into agri sector. We understand the post-harvest loss is almost 50%. And we, as a company, we thought that we should enter this business, which can reduce the import dependency. And so far, we have done a fantastic job, and we have been getting a wonderful response from most of the manufacturers. We have been supplying for pharmaceutical manufacturers, for the processing, meat processing, abattoirs, clean rooms, We also have recently done juice factory, the partitions and the firewalls. And presently we are actually working for a pharmaceutical multinational where the panels are being used. And any enquiries, please drop in a mail or a message. We are also have a display stand on this in this WACC program. Kindly get in touch with us. Thanks a lot. Thanks for hearing. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so very much, Komat. We do appreciate you. It is that time where we move on to the next item on the agenda. My own favorite part of the agenda. Would you be willing to guess what it is? I can't hear you. Are you shy? What's the next item on the agenda? Now you are talking. Item 7 is launch. And I'm so excited. I've been here since 7 a.m. I had my coffee, and it's now time for lunch. We do crave your indulgence that we are trying to see how we can do this in 30 minutes, maximum 45, because we still have 2 panel sessions after this. My name again is Aki Shemowo. I'm known as your compare beyond compare. So it's now time for lunch, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch, may I say? Thank you. is now time to move on to the second panel session. How must Nigeria's hydrogen journey continue? The question presupposes that the journey has started, and we simply want to know how it must continue. The panel session will explore progress of Nigeria's hydrogen sector and examine the steps needed to advance its journey towards sustainability. Experts will discuss policy framework, technological innovation, investment opportunities, and the role hydrogen can play in supporting Nigeria's energy transition and economic development. To moderate this session will be the head of the German-Nigeria Hydrogen Office. I've seen her here all morning, and it's indeed my great pleasure and honor to invite Christina Fuest to step up and take charge from then on. I also want to apologize to you that we have a time restriction which is now no more than 45 minutes. So please step up and invite your panelists so you can take control. Can I get a round of applause for Christina first, please? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I believe before we dive into our panel session, we will be listening to a presentation by Dr. Mala Mohamed from NUPRC, who would start us off with explaining where we stand in the development of Nigeria today, before we then go into the discussion of where we want to go and how do we get there. Before I invite Mr. Mala to come on stage and give his presentation, I would like to say a few words on the project that I'm very grateful and happy to be heading. I'm head of the German Nigerian Hydrogen Office. It is a project commissioned by the German government, by the German Federal Foreign Office, financed by International Climate Initiative, implemented by DRZ. And our objective is to support Nigeria in diversification or diversifying its energy economy and decarbonizing it. And hydrogen is one means to both diversify its energy carriers and decarbonize. So without further ado, I'm inviting Mr. Mala Mohamed on stage. He is Principal Regulatory Officer at the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, where he works on carbon management, upstream decarbonization, gas utilization, and emerging low-carbon energy pathways within Nigeria's energy transition framework. He also serves on the technical working group contributing to the development of Nigeria's national hydrogen policy, a journey we've been on for the last year and where we've become friends. So please, Dr. Mala, the stage is yours.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Good afternoon, everyone. We have the presentation up. Technical. So good afternoon, everyone, once more. So I've been given 15 minutes to take you briefly on a 360-degree assessment. So I don't know if 15 minutes will be enough for a 360-degree assessment, but I'll try to do justice to it briefly. So as introduced, my name is Dr. Mohamed Mala. So why Nigeria's hydrogen landscape today? Why are we talking about it at all? So if you think of it in terms of you have an engineering or a geoscience graduate today, they graduate, and then one of them maybe Japan to the Netherlands, and then they build the hydrogen infrastructure there in the Netherlands or in Germany with skills and education gained from Nigeria. And someone stayed back here, but they couldn't do that because you don't have the hydrogen industry. So this is why we need to develop a hydrogen sector. If I give you an example, Nigeria has abundant resources of coal, but Nigeria today has no coal infrastructure, no coal industry, because we deliberately did not create the institutions, we did not create the framework, we did not create the infrastructure around coal to try to develop that sector. So we must not do that with hydrogen. We have to be deliberate about the sector. We have to develop infrastructure around it. So I'll try to go through, like I've mentioned briefly, some of these. I don't have a lot of time, but I will try to do justice to it with just some of the global position, Nigeria's position, and this. So most important, I'll start with these four numbers. So 100 million tons today is the global hydrogen demand, according to IEA Global Hydrogen Review Report of September 2025. So the demand today for hydrogen is 100 million tons. More than 60 countries globally have hydrogen strategies or policies in place. The CAPEX, capital expenditure on hydrogen projects globally as of 2024 stands at $4.3 billion. That's an almost 83% increase from 2023. If you look at the total energy production globally, as of today, low carbon hydrogen, low emission hydrogen stands at less than 1%. So that means there is a lot of room for growth. You have a lot of other forms of energy, solar, wind, taking up even a greater share of the total global production than hydrogen. But if you look at the story for Africa today, Africa has 60% of the world's best solar, which gives us a huge advantage and huge potential for green hydrogen. But Africa, where it is today, because we don't have the policies back in that or the industry, is that all of the global projects announced for hydrogen globally, only 2% are announced in Africa. So if you look at this, and if you look at Africa in particular, Nigeria is interesting because no country in Africa has the advantage that Nigeria has in terms of abundant gas resource of more than 210 trillion cubic feet for blue hydrogen feedstock, and more than 210 gigawatts of solar radiation potential, especially in the northern part of the country for green hydrogen. Yes, so this is especially what makes Nigeria exceptional, and actually no country in Africa has this advantage over Nigeria. So this is a competitive advantage in terms of developing hydrogen that we can deploy in the country. So more than 210 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves, proven gas reserves, as stated, which serves as feedstock for blue hydrogen, with CCUS using steam methane reforming, more than 210 gigawatts of solar potential, with more than 2,000 hours of annual sunshine. This also fits in for green hydrogen production. We also have a good population, which gives us good demand. We can easily stimulate demand for hydrogen and hydrogen products in Nigeria using our population. If you look at in country, so we have more than 6,200 terawatt hours of also green hydrogen potential. So, and even when you look at the export corridors, we have more than 3 export corridors. You have the LNG, the Bonny, you have the West Africa gas pipeline through Benin, Togo, and Ghana. You have the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline being developed. So this gives us a huge potential, huge advantage in terms of hydrogen as it stands today. So what's the pathway? What's the pathway Nigeria is adopting or Nigeria should adopt? So, I'm privileged to be on the National Hydrogen Policy Technical Working Group that developed the first zero draft sort of the Nigeria's policy for hydrogen, and we looked at the dual pathway for both blue and green hydrogen. So if you look at blue hydrogen, you will achieve that essentially with natural gas by steam methane reforming and CCUS, carbon capture and utilization. And in that policy document, we projected or estimated that Nigeria should be able to reach more than 500,000 tons by 2030, more than 2 million tons of hydrogen by 2035, more than 4 million tons of hydrogen by blue hydrogen by 2045, and more than 10 million tons by 2050. So this forms part of the near to medium term plan or estimate as a priority area due to our abundant natural gas reserves. Of course, we are going to leverage skills and infrastructure within the existing oil and gas industry, vibrant oil and gas industry in Nigeria. It also aligns with the upstream decarbonization effort and the Nigeria Net Zero 2060 agenda. If you also look at the potential for green hydrogen, which is obtained by renewables, solar particularly, and electrolysis, so the potential for this is mostly up north. We have a projection of about 200,000 tons by 2030, 500,000 by 2035, and 2 million tons by 2045. This is to form the medium to long-term growth engine. And it is the hope that with declining electrolyzer costs, because currently electrolyzers are quite expensive globally, but the costs have been going down rapidly, and we hope that this will allow the uptake of more potential or more generation development for green hydrogen, and these numbers might actually, on this we were very conservative because it's dependent a lot on the cost of electrolyzers. So, but there is a third leg also. When we were drafting the policy, we considered all forms of hydrogen. You know, hydrogen is hydrogen, but what gives it its color is kind of the technology or the means by which you produce it. There is another one that's been touted now by mainly electrolysis, turquoise hydrogen, which will give you, which you won't have the need for CCUS. So because currently Nigeria has no CCUS infrastructure, so this is actually will give Nigeria a leg up in terms of the hydrogen potential if the market for that, if the technology for that gets to the market, but it's currently not at that stage yet. So yeah, these were the projection targets earlier set based on the implementation plans and the durations considered from 2030 to 2050. You know, this forms greatly part of Nigeria's plan to fit into the Nigeria's plan to achieve net zero 2060. So we have attained that at 2050 for both blue and green hydrogen. If you look at for blue initially, we have 500 million tons, and for green, 200 million tons, which gives us the 700,000 million tons, and so on and so forth. So the Nigeria is currently not left behind, even though I've mentioned earlier that we don't, I've mentioned earlier I've been part of the Nigeria Hydrogen Policy Development Committee. So this committee has been doing diligent work, I think since the end of 2024, but officially consummated in January 2025 through when an interministerial meeting was convened. February, the co-chairs were inaugurated. That's the Minister of Petroleum, Gas, and the Minister for Budget and National Planning. Technical session was held in Lagos between February to April of 2025, where the zero draft was developed for the policy. The zero draft was further escalated to the co-chairs, that the two ministers of budget and national planning, and then petroleum gas. 3 stakeholder review sessions, a public hearing session was held at Kano, Abuja, and Lagos, and the first draft was officially presented last year at the German-Nigerian Third Hydrogen Symposium. So the draft is currently under review by the Federal Executive Council, and it's been considered for adoption. So we hope that this year, 2026, we see it being gazetted. So what the policy drives on is mostly on foundational legal and policy frameworks that are existing, like the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021, the Climate Change Act of 2021, Nigeria Gas Master Plan, the Energy Transition Plan, Electricity Act, so on and so forth. So, as part of the policy, governance framework was proposed for the establishment of a National Council for Hydrogen Development, which will basically stand on these 5 pillars to drive interagency coordination, to develop standards and safety for hydrogen infrastructure, to plan for hydrogen infrastructure, based on Nigeria's terrain. If you're going to have an export hub or domestic consumption hub for hydrogen. So investment and export strategy is another pillar, and then monitoring and reporting. So, and what is clear is why we may need this council is because hydrogen is very vast, cuts across almost about 6 to 5 sectors in Nigeria. So you can imagine having different ministries, different agencies with different roles to do with hydrogen, because you talk about hydrogen cutting across oil and gas, power, transportation, environment, water resources, all of that, and there are so many agencies. So that's why we need a coordinating agency, which was proposed under the policy. So project pipeline and investment, even though we don't have hydrogen policy, it has not stopped pilot projects from taking off in Nigeria. We have the big headline project which was announced last year by AAPL Hydrogen and Longi Green Hydrogen for the export of almost 1.2 million tons per year green methanol plant at Akwa Ibom, with the generation of almost 2,600 megawatts plant. So this is a 7.6 billion euro investment. It's the biggest clean energy investment that has been announced in Africa in recent years. So there are other projects on a smaller scale. We have a 50 megawatt solar hydrogen pilot in Kano, which is being championed by the Energy Commission of Nigeria. We have the Nigeria for Hydrogen Research Group that's been worked on by the West Africa, WASCAL and Germany, West Africa Science and Scientific Clean Energy and Land Use. It's an initiative of the Germans as well. We have the German-Nigerian Hydrogen Office headed by Tina and her colleagues doing wonderful work trying to drive hydrogen adoption in Nigeria. We also have the Hydrogen Atlas for Africa, which was developed by WASCAL. So a lot is going on within that space. I would say this is a journey so far where we have come, but a lot more still needs to be done and a lot more is going to happen. So domestic applications. So we're not developing this hydrogen sector only for export, but we need to consider about its uses. So it's not either or. You can do both. You can do for domestic consumption and export at the same time, because hydrogen has applications in fertilizer and agriculture as feedstock for fertilizer, where you can Actually, it's important for your food security, refining and petrochemicals. I think currently in country, the biggest hydrogen plant we have is at the Dangote refinery, because hydrogen is very critical for refining and petrochemicals. You can also use hydrogen for power generation, transport and mobility using hydrogen fuel cells, and especially for trucking. We have seen a lot of development in that sector coming from Asia, particularly in the recent years, especially using hydrogen for transport and mobility. Steel and cement. In fact, globally it's been accepted that these hard-to-abate sectors, steel and cement, can only be decarbonized using hydrogen. So this is very important. Hydrogen is very important for the steel and cement industry. Export markets, of course, you can use it to export and get some foreign exchange, which you can then invest in other sectors of your country. So challenges and critical gaps. As I've mentioned, the biggest challenge we have no policy and binding regulatory framework, but all that is going to change soon, but we still have to address it or identify it as a challenge or a gap. Infrastructure deficit, so we would need hydrogen pipelines, hydrogen transport networks, hydrogen storage hubs, hydrogen infrastructure. This is a big deficit. Financing. Some of the costs for these hydrogen projects are prohibitive, because you want to do blue hydrogen, you need CCUS. The cost for CCUS currently is quite, so we may need concession financing or different financing models to look into to be able to uptake this hydrogen economy in Nigeria. Skills and workforce development, I think academia needs to consider and adopt or include in their curricula hydrogen, even in their laboratories, hydrogen development, hydrogen development subject. So, of course, institutional fragmentation, like I've mentioned earlier, what we proposed by the council will help to cure this, because they have so many institutions currently where hydrogen cuts across. Inclusion and equity, yes, wherever you're going to have a hydrogen project, there should be a community-based sharing agreement whereby the communities should be a part of this project. So Nigeria has world-class assets, but if you look at Africa, currently we have lagged for both North and Southern Africa, but we need to do something urgently to close these gaps. And the gap between ambition and implementation is very expedient that we do something immediately to close these gaps. So where do I see this going in the next few years, next 12 months? We expect that the policy for the hydrogen in Nigeria is gazetted and ratified. Establishment of the National Council on Hydrogen Development. We hope to see the establishment of safety standards in line with global standards for hydrogen development and hydrogen infrastructure. Regulatory sandboxes to pilot hydrogen technologies in Nigeria, even at a small scale, like we have seen with the Kano project championed by the Energy Commission. First of tech agreements, actually, this is very key for the sanctity. So this is in the next 12 months. We hope to see all this. 2027 to 2030, commissioning of the Kano pilots, because this is expected to come online. It's a 2-year project, 2028. So full regulatory framework development for the regulation of hydrogen development in Nigeria, deployment of CCU technology in Nigeria, carbon capture utilization and storage technology in Nigeria, including, yes, hydrogen in the national curriculum for our universities and work skill and workforce development. So a certification of our hydrogen products for export. So and so on. I see. But yes, as mentioned earlier, my talk is about a 360 degrees assessment of hydrogen. So where are we and where we must go? So I've shown where we are so far. So where must we go? I think for the government, it is expedient that the policy is gazetted and the National Council for Hydrogen Development is established, and we create around that investor-friendly frameworks and regulations to get investment into that sector. For the industry, it's expedient that I think the industry signal commitments by means of pilot projects, off-tech agreement, co-investment in projects to see the development of the hydrogen sector in Nigeria. For academia, as mentioned earlier, build hydrogen into the curricula, co-develop as equals with your foreign partners, reach out to laboratories in foreign schools, co-develop as equals on rights to intellectual property, work in the labs together, not that you're just of taking this technology. For partners, help by risking early projects. Because Nigeria's success is Africa's success. So the hydrogen economy will not wait for us. We must go and meet it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mala. I think you did a great job on bringing us all up to speed. So we can now dive into the panel discussion of where must we go and how do we walk this way. And I believe, MC, that the 45 minutes of the panel can start now. I also want to add to the presentation that Dr. Mala was given that it has been a great honor for the German Nigerian Hydrogen Office to join you on the path for the national hydrogen policy, which is, I believe, as you presented, also one of the main steps to putting in place a regulatory framework that should then also enable investment in this rather-nascent technology of low-carbon hydrogen. Now, it is my honor to introduce to you our fellow speakers. First, speaking on the industry business perspective, we have Ms. Ekene Ebene. She's Head of Business Innovation and New Energies at GICN, with extensive experience in commercial operations across the oil, gas, and energy industry. Her career trajectory spans from downstream sector through to the upstream sector, providing her with a holistic understanding of Nigeria's energy value chain. And we look forward to learning from you what the industry players need and how you can contribute to building up hydrogen sector. Thank you. Maybe a round of applause for Ms. Ekene while she takes her seat. Joining her on the panel, we have Damilola Ashaleye. Damilola is a renewable energy entrepreneur with over 19 years of experience in advancing clean energy access and sustainability. She's the Vice President of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria and the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Ashtam Solar Company Limited, a social enterprise focused on addressing energy poverty through renewable energy solutions and capacity building. She's also the founder and executive director of the Girls and Women Technological Empowerment Organization. I want to welcome on stage Damilola, our solar queen. Please a round of applause while she's taking a seat. As our third panelist, we have Professor Olayinka Oshonukan. He is professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Covenant University, Nigeria, and an internationally recognized professor of energy systems and thermofluids. He is the co-founder and director of the Energy and Environment Research Group, Department of Mechanical Engineering at Covenant University, with expertise in energy systems dynamics, renewable energy technologies, evaluation of low-carbon systems, energy modeling, energy informatics, and climate modeling. I would like to welcome Professor Olayinka on stage with us, please. And then last but not least, you have met him already, Dr. Mala Mohamed from NUPRC. speaking on behalf of regulator and government perspective. Please join us on stage. Please, also, you can clap for him again. Okay, I think I would take Okay, this mic is on also. All my panelists are seated, and I'm taking my time watch also.
And your time starts now.
Okay, challenge accepted. So I would like to start with you, Ekene. I hope you have a mic. Yes, okay. So from industry perspective, the business case for green hydrogen in Nigeria still looks a bit fragile to many investors due to high capex, as Mala has also touched upon. What would you say, what specific conditions, be it regulatory, financial, or contractual, need to be in place before your sector will commit capital at scale? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So what I'll say is, just like I think the previous panelists spoke about, before any investor would be willing to put forward financing in any project, from my own perspective, I believe that there are three major things they will be looking at, and like I said, they touched it before. One of it, which would be the demand certainty. So what is the market? Where is the market? Is there a market for hydrogen in Nigeria? How do we go about building that market? Yes, Dr. Mala has said that there's the hydrogen policy coming on stream that is going to speak to moving from a dual pathway, that's blue hydrogen, okay, and green hydrogen. But is there a market? Are we able to put together that market? And just like what he has also put forward, there has to be some bankable commitment from the industries, the steel industries, the what's it called, transport industries, and all of that. So we have to create the demand for it, which is why it's also important for us to push for awareness, advocacy, and all of that, so that there's the industry is ready, the market readiness that financiers are ready to see, or they need to see. We need to ensure that that is in place. Second thing I'll speak about is regulatory alignment. And I'm going to speak about this in terms of pricing, because from my industry, in the oil and gas industry, pricing is a very important, in any industry, pricing is very important. And also having that regulatory backing. So I'll say, if it's possible for the regulators to look into having maybe hydrogen as a strategic sector. We have strategic sectors in the gas space today. And if we can have like the regulators look into that and maybe enable some level of predictable competitive pricing for hydrogen, that would also be a plus to investors, because at least they have a line of sight to what the pricing will be, how they can model for their returns and all of that. And the last thing I would say is the integration into the gas markets. We're on the right path, and I would commend the hydrogen policy team. We're on the right path in the sense that you're starting with blue hydrogen. It is a low-hanging fruit. Even integrating it with what we're doing today in terms of flaring, or flare for gas, flare for value rather, where it's possible to see that we can convert those flare gases into meaningful products like hydrogen. So it's good to see that there's an integration in the gas market, and I believe that all of these things combined, like I said, the demand certainty, regulatory oversight, particularly in terms of pricing, and then the integration with the gas market will propel investors to want to commit into the hydrogen space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ekene. I think you've already covered a lot. I hope that our regulator, Dr. Mala, has been listening to basically your wishes, comments towards the regulators. And also want to take up another thing you said on raising awareness on hydrogen. So I'm looking at Damilola here. We have a wonderful program together with GWTO, which is doing exactly that, outreach programs for also tailored especially to young women, girls, but also capacity building to kind of build this up. And then I want to also, of course, commend GSDN as gas aggregator company Nigeria. I think you've done a whole lot already on also coordinating gas infrastructure uptake, and we look forward to, we are very much welcoming also your commitment into hydrogen, and yeah, staying a strong partner pushing forward. Before I come back to you, I want to maybe pass on the mic to Damilola. So hydrogen projects are often large, they're very capital intensive. Sometimes there's also talk about domestic offtake, but also export oriented. What would you say from the experience from your work, what is the risk that this hydrogen sector could become an elite economic enclave with little benefit to local communities? Or put differently, how can we prevent it and how can we make sure that it does benefit the local communities and it is an inclusive new energy sector?
Okay, so thank you so much for that question. So if we are not very careful, hydrogen will become another type of industry that is elite enclave, like it is meant for just the elite only. And I have 3 things here that I believe they're the right type of strategies that we need to use so that it doesn't look as if, yes, hydrogen is capital intensive. Yes, it is capital intensive, and because it's capital intensive, then it is just those that have that funds that can really do it. So to solve that, first thing, we have to think local. We have to ensure that the local value chain is really, really involved. And we have to be intentional about this. We have to ensure that when we are talking about hydrogen, we are developing the policies, then we are strategizing in such a way that from all the value chains, from assembly, production, maintenance, we are intentionally including the locals. We are also, another thing is for us to design with a design thinking perspective. We ask the locals the kind of community development that is actually required for the locals, not just what we feel should be done, by directly engaging with the communities and ensuring that, yes, they are really, really involved in what we are developing. With these strategies, then it's not going to be just for the elites. It's actually going to be a project or hydrogen that is meant for everyone across the value chain, because if we are not very, very careful, then it will just be for the elite, it's just going to be exported. But we need to strategize in such a way that we keep what we are doing within the country. We are building for our locality also, not just developing hydrogen projects and having hydrogen and then we are exporting, or we are having it just for a particular set of organizations or individuals. So it is highly important that locals are consulted and also included in the production, in all the value chains, from production to maintenance to everything that has to happen within the value chain.
Thank you very much for this profound answer, Damilola. So I believe, also to sum up and to add, the inclusion of locals should also start like throughout all stages, obviously, of hydrogen projects. So already in the designing and setting up, so that it is really clearly centered around also locals. I want to stay with you for a second question. So all that you mentioned now, how can we sort of institutionalize it or make sure that it's actually done? So what would you direct to Dr. Mala here? What do you think, what specific mechanisms should be built into Nigeria's hydrogen policy from the outset to ensure that this inclusion of local communities is not an afterthought or an add-on?
Thank you for that question, Tina. Like Damilola here has mentioned, inclusion is very important, and we have to look at it from the point of both local content development and the community development. So the communities where this project will be, and local content in terms of developing our industries. So like we have a good framework for that, where in the Petroleum Industry Act we have the Host Community Development Trust Fund, whereby you have 3% of the operating costs or 5% of the profits going into this development trust to develop the communities. But I think we can take it further, we can institutionalize it by, because inclusion was one of the key things we mentioned. We have taken notes of in drafting the policy, and that's why we look at inclusion across the local government, the community, and also developing the skills and the workforce. That was the third leg of that we did. So we can look at it in terms of the community, maybe where you have a community benefit sharing for the communities that are where this project will be, so that the communities will be benefiting in terms of what they can get directly from the project, in terms of what maybe when you think about doing green hydrogen. If you have a community that does not have water, you need to have water desalination plants. If it's in the Niger Delta or up north, if you have where there is a water stress, you develop. So community beneficiary, local development, whereby we have knowledge transfer for these local industries to gain this knowledge that will impact the value chain. And also the skills and workforce development, where I mentioned in my talk that our academia should look at developing these technologies or infrastructure for hydrogen as equals with the partners, whereby they get to own intellectual property, IP, they get to own this knowledge, they get to, so all this we have had this consideration during the drafting, and it's embedded in the policy, and we hope that after the review is being gazetted and taken, we see the impact of that to the communities and to the Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mala. Before we come to the research perspective, can we hand down the microphone back to Damilola? I wanted to also add on to your first question, which you already explained, of inclusivity and taking along local community. Now what Mala has just presented, I just wanted to invite you to also share your thoughts again, and what you would, from your expertise, also from 19 years in solar industry, what would you say is the lessons learned? What really needs to be addressed in hydrogen policy and strategy to really make sure that that inclusion is always mainstreamed, taken along?
Yeah, so I'll also say, just like for the local content, for the inclusion also, we have to be very, very, very intentional about inclusion. And I stress the very, very, because it's very, very important. If we are not intentional about the inclusion, then women will become excluded. Women and underserved groups will become excluded. Just like we are seeing in renewable energy now, we have about 32% of women in the workforce in renewable energy. However, 8% of them are in technical areas. So Now, for hydrogen, which is kind of a new type of energy, it's still early, and it's time for us to get it right from the beginning. It's time for us to not have inclusion as an afterthought. We should have inclusion as part of the design right from the beginning. And I'm glad that H2 Diplo and GIZ are already doing part of this with some programs that we are involved in. Example is the Hydro Future, where we take advocacy of hydrogen even up to secondary schools. Like 2 weeks ago, or last week, we were in a girls-only school, and we had about 500 girls thereabouts that actually saw a demo. The demo is right there being displayed. And these girls, they were able to see how electrolyzer works. We're able to discuss and show them from the solar panel to the electrolyzer to the fuel cells. So we need to have more of things like this and be very intentional, so that by the time they are deciding what to do in future, or what career paths that the girls want to take, then they'll remember that I've seen this. So this is just an example of how intentional we should be. So we should also be intentional about the policies. Right from now, we should be talking about the quotas. We should put it in the design. How many percentage goes to women? How many percentage goes to the youth? How many percentage goes to the local community? So these are conversations we should be having now and being intentional about it right from the beginning. It shouldn't be an afterthought. It shouldn't be, oh, yes, we need a girl or we need a woman to just fill in the spots. It should be us putting it in the curriculum right now and designing to ensure that, yes, we all have the skills that is required for us to have a very inclusive hydrogen strategy in the country.
Thank you, Damilola, for this very clear message. I'm also glad that you already talked about the demonstration kit we have at our booth, where my very able colleague is ready to walk you through and explain the process of electrolysis to you, for all who haven't seen a PEM electrolyzer and hydrogen, green hydrogen being produced. So now I want to come to Professor Olainka. From the science and research perspective, can you tell us a bit where is Nigeria's research and academic sector on hydrogen today? So I'm talking about curriculum integration, laboratory equipment, publications that have been done. Are there any quick wins, any low-hanging fruits where Nigerian universities and research centers could establish real deep expertise on low-carbon hydrogen within this decade?
Thank you very much. I think you've given me about 3 questions now, all in one. So let me pick it one by one. Do we have any research institute or what is it? Thank you very much. And then good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at hydrogen technology, if you look at the foundation, it's still at the foundational level, though the growth rate is very rapid now, the way it's going. But where we are in this part of the world, one will still look at it as if nothing is actually happening, but we're actually doing a lot. You know, we are now having a lot of some centers of excellence in the country, you know, like the African Center of Excellence on fuel, they call it ACE Fuel, that's at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. We have the African Center of Excellence on sustainable power and then energy development. All these centers of excellence, they have curriculum that geared towards electrolyzer development, that are towards real developing modules on hydrogen storage embedded in their curriculum. Now, we also have some pilot projects and research initiatives in the country. For example, in my school, you know, in my lab, we have the Covenant University Green Energy Hub that actually we secured the fund through Get Invest recently of about $12 million US to really set up if I'm even thinking currently to turn it to a center of excellence, get more fund. So we are trying to bring a new curriculum and then divert research to further study on green hydrogen, especially green hydrogen. In the country too, we have, there is this center of excellence at Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University on natural gas because of the gas basin that is not far away from the university. They are actually doing so much work on blue hydrogen. Then the gray hydrogen without the carbon capture and storage. And then they are considering blue hydrogen as well. All these are centers of excellence that are actually embedded in the system that are actually assisting in driving the quick deployment of hydrogen technology in the country. Now, if you look at research too, it has actually changed focus from what is hydrogen. We are now looking at how do we make hydrogen to work in this particular space or this particular part of the country. Are you getting me? Now, what are we saying there? A lot of studies are now being done that has to do with how do we domesticate this technology. We are having a lot of materials lab in Covenant, my lab. We have a very good standard materials laboratory that is looking into where we can test or where we can even localize this technology. For example, look at electrodes and then membranes for electrolyzers. All this can be characterized in the lab and can be tested in the lab. At ACE, the African Center of Excellence at Futu, they also have, standard electrochemical lab for the development and testing of electrolyzer electrodes. All these are having to do with, domesticating this technology. So we have gone actually far. Though it's still at the foundational stage, as I said earlier, but we've actually, really gone far. Then you made mention of the low-hanging fruit, if I can still remember. Now, in this part of the world, with our level of technology in this field for now, I don't think it is wisdom to look at the high-end research that belongs to the global north. Instead of that, we can apply existing technology to solve local problems. Let us look at the ammonia pathway for the production of green fertilizer. We have some initiatives. For example, there is a collaboration with WASCAL. WASCAL has a collaboration with, the Federal University of Tech, Akure, and then the Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, Abuad, for the development of, modular electrolyzers that can be stationed in farms for the production of green hydrogen. From that, and then through Ababoch process for the production of green ammonia. All this for fertilizer. Instead of having the high-end tech or the large-scale production plants, we can actually modularize it. That is one. Then we should look at, other than fertilizer production, we can also look at, for example, the northern part of the country, which is purely agrarian. We have large farmland, and we have agricultural waste. Rice husk, maize cobs, and the likes. We can look into a situation where we have more like thermochemical gasification to gasify all these agricultural waste that are actually, posing as problems because of, the quantity. We can have thermochemical gasification for the production of green hydrogen, because we are producing syngas. And syngas is predominantly, or is primarily made of hydrogen and then maybe carbon monoxide. You allow the carbon monoxide to react with the environment, and then you capture the hydrogen. If you look at the levelized cost of hydrogen, you discover that it's cheaper to produce hydrogen through such a technique than using electrolyzer in the northern part of the country, where you are having to consider the water availability. For example, from electrolyzer, to produce maybe about, to produce a kilogram of hydrogen from electrolyzer, you may need from 7 to 21 liters of water. Where do you get that in the north? Talking of having a watershed in the, in the aquifer. So you discover that you have free feedstock that will have, actually been wasted. That can be gasified, and then you are having cheaper, hydrogen from that. I think for now, I want to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think you answered my 3+ questions very profoundly. Yes, you can allow it also to clap. So you mentioned a lot, and I believe if people here are interested in reading up on the studies and reading on the African Center of Excellence, I hope they can still approach you also after the session. There's also, if you go on our website for H2 Diplo Nigeria, we also published a couple of studies on green hydrogen potential, where we also show models, for instance, expected prices for green hydrogen production in North, although we do have this issue of water scarcity and also infrastructure that is needed to transport the hydrogen, right, for local offtake and even for export. So maybe before I come back to you, I also have one more question to Enike from GACN. So we've also discussed, Dr. Mala, you've showed the numbers where Nigeria want to go in terms of blue and green hydrogen production. And of course, Nigeria's gas sector has world-class infrastructure with expertise, export markets. So it makes sense to go also the route of blue hydrogen, which is taken from natural gas with CCS. If we look at a globally decarbonizing world with also Nigeria's goal to reach net zero until 2060, do you see the risk of locking us in the fossil fuel, or how would you explain the blue and green hydrogen pathways?
That's a tricky question, especially for me as someone from gas. Yes, you should have thrown the question to Dr. Mala, who is in the hydrogen policy. But what I would say is blue hydrogen should be seen or should be framed as a pragmatic strategy for us to go into the transition. And of course, especially if we're intentional about the transition. Just as you've said, and we already know, the hydrogen policy puts forward that blue hydrogen as the first pathway before moving on to green hydrogen and all of that. And you have rightly said it, we have the infrastructure, we have the expertise in country, but the thing is we also need to establish the viability of this. How is it possible, is it feasible for us to actually start with blue hydrogen? Yes, we've seen the project in, I think, Kano, but how feasible is this in terms of our goal to reach net zero by 2030 first and then 2050? So what I would say is, as a low-hanging fruit and as a first step for this blue hydrogen, we need to go into a more detailed feasibility to be able to maybe conduct an infrastructure assessment or analysis to determine if this said infrastructure that we say is available, how possible or how feasible is it to be repurposed for the purpose of hydrogen or retrofitted for hydrogen, right? So I think as part of the next steps, I'm sure they're already working on it in the policy, will be to do that detailed analysis to see how we can actually ensure that blue hydrogen and the infrastructure in country can suffice for the blue hydrogen drive. And also, to make sure that we're not locked in that blue hydrogen phase, and to help us translate or transmit later to green hydrogen will be, I would say, there needs to be landmarks. There needs to be what do you call it? Sunset clauses. I think Dr. Mala put it in his presentation. The time frame where, at that point, we need to say, oh, we've seen blue hydrogen work. We've seen it as a pilot in country. It's time for us to dovetail to green hydrogen, which ultimately is, cleaner and more fit for the purpose of energy transition and allowing us to meet our goal. So there has to be that hard stop for the blue hydrogen, or maybe not hard stop, but like the transmission part where you say, okay, this has worked, and it's even going to serve, the blue hydrogen pathway is going to serve as a push for us to actually see, oh, if this is working, if the market is ready, if the market is accepting this, of course we can move to green hydrogen. So that's what I'll say as the path forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ekene. So transition with clear milestones. You've also mentioned what we also heard in the presentation before, the need for infrastructure, getting ready for hydrogen, but at the same time also CO2 and CO2 storage infrastructure when we talk about blue hydrogen, which we also are yet to develop. So thank you for this thoughtful, comprehensive answer. Now, coming back again to Professor, you have already mentioned in your last answer where maybe I can use the word Nigeria can leapfrog. We can learn of what has already been researched and studied by researchers from the global north, I think you put it. And then there's also technology transfer from Europe or Asia, also cited as one potential solution for the skills gap. So on the other hand, what would you say? Are there risks of dependency, or how do you ensure that Nigerian researchers and engineers are genuine co-developers, also making sure again that the new technologies and the research fits to the local and national needs of Nigeria?
Thank you very much. I think I'm having about 2 questions in one there. Yes. The risk dependency, then how do we fit in? Yes. Thank you very much. You see, no country in the world can lay claim on the ownership of any technology. We all have to work together to improve upon the technology. It may start from a place. So dependency now, okay, talking of bringing things from Europe or Asia and then relying on it. Now, the risk. We have quite a lot of risks. Let us look at, the import. Maybe talking of the high-end electrolyzers and all those things to the country from Europe or Asia. A lot of these devices or equipment are proprietary. You discover that, the risk, I'm talking of risk now. You discover that Nigerian engineers are now trained to just operate. Anytime there is a downtime or there is a fault with major components, maybe talking of electrodes or the membranes, you may have to ship in the technician from Europe or from Asia to come and repair. And that is, very expensive, and then look at the lead time. Maybe it will take 3 months. And this present period with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, who knows for how long? You understand? So that's a problem. So we have to look for a way around that. We can't continue with over-dependence on imported technology. That is one. Another thing, all these high-end, or the very modern hydrogen technologies are, you discover that the patent belongs to very few foreign corporations. So we are now talking of a shift from research to commercialization in our country here. You now discover that most of the startups will now rely heavily and will be paying heavily for all these royalties, talking of intellectual property and then royalty drainage. And that takes all the money they are making. That is a problem. Another problem, which is a risk. Another risk now, you look at most of these advanced hydrogen, for example, electrolyzers. Most use platinum electrodes or highly refined metals that belongs to the Western world. That is a problem here because you will continue to depend on them. So that calls for us to now domesticate this technology. And that is what most of these centers of excellence and these research initiatives are actually looking up to. You understand? We're now having advanced material lab, advanced electrochemical lab. And this is no rocket science actually, to see on how to domesticate it. So we are talking of domesticating, localizing this technology using our material. A lot of these electrolyzers that we import, they are actually designed or developed based on the water quality in Europe or Asia. Here, our water quality is totally different. Across the country in the north is different from what we have in the southwest. And here in the south-south, which is highly saline. And you may be have to move from the you need very, we call it demineralized water. That is what goes so that you don't lose the electrode on time or the membrane. So you may have to constantly work on this. So the earlier we domesticate this technology, I think the better for us. Now, another thing, technology transfer. We need to now work so that we can have shared partnership with all these intellectual property rights. Not that it belongs to the Western, corporation alone, where we share it. Okay, I'm having 40% of this, right? Because this research was conducted here. I remember sometime, okay, that was actually in 2017. I had to resume for a work, an assignment, a research work at the Lawrence Berkeley Lab at the University of California, Berkeley. Before the day I resumed, I had to sign a document. Anything discovered on this ground belongs to UC Berkeley. So I believe we should also be having something like that. This is in Nigeria. Anything discovered on our soil, the worst is we have partnership, we share it. Or it belongs to us. So through that, we can actually have a shared intellectual property. With that will, more like remove or totally reduce or totally remove the bottleneck of over-reliance on imported, technology from the western part of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So I think for me, next to the last point you made on shared ownership and domesticating intellectual property, I think the two main takeaways for me is, first of all, if we do want to leapfrog and take what's already developed, we need to make sure that it is tested and data is collected locally to see where it needs to be twisted and still further developed. So it fits, for instance, the example you were giving with the water quality. It is very different environment in which these technologies need to be operating, and that is also why pilot projects, collecting data to then further develop is very important. And I think the second you mentioned was very important also is the factor of maintenance. So we talk about new technologies, but we should also already from the beginning on incorporate in the projects that how do you maintain it, make sure that the expertise is on ground so that you can work for it, with it for a long time. Thank you. Now I want to go back, please, as a rounding, as a closing round. I would like to hear from everyone, and maybe 2-minute statements, because I think the MC is getting nervous. Can we please end on concrete commitments from the various perspectives here? What is one thing that your organization will do in the next 6 months to advance Nigeria's hydrogen transition from your perspective? Maybe we start with Damilola.
So commitments from my organization towards hydrogen, right? Okay, so I would say we are already highly committed, and we'll continue what we are doing, and we'll amplify more voices. But let me just be more specific about this commitment. So we commit to having hydrogen advocacy go to more young girls, secondary school girls, and even up to universities. Now for the university, both girls, men and women for the university, so that we can have better knowledge even at the university level. And then now for employability, now we also commit to ensure that our mentees, like we have an academy, and we have a lot of mentees in our organization, now ASHDAM. And we commit to ensuring that even when we are advocating for clean, renewable energy, we ensure that we are adding hydrogen to it. And of course, I also commit to being a personal advocate for hydrogen in terms of policy inclusions for women and youths. Thank you.
Thank you, Damilola. Yes, please. And I believe Ekene, GSCN, just like Damilola with Ashtam Solar and GWTO, you are doing a lot also on pushing the hydrogen sector in Nigeria. But what is one concrete thing GSCN is doing in the next 6 months to push this topic further?
Okay. So as we all know, hydrogen is one of the, pathways for commercializing flare gas. And we believe that it's going to help to transform what we see today as a liability into productive assets. And for GSCN, a major win for us would be flare gas utilization, in line with our mandate. And we see that to be able to help with economic gains and even help generate FDIs. So, and that's why we've been committed and been participating in all of the hydrogen policy development, at least the review, and as well as flare gas commercialization policies as well. And I'll just say, in summary, is that going forward, GCN, of course, would like to reiterate our commitment to be able to sustain the momentum by still participating in all of the advocacies or the policy dialogue, the hydrogen policy dialogue, the gas flare commercialization dialogue, and all of the necessary gas-related activities that we need to help, we need to put together to help to push the hydrogen agenda forward. And in terms of coordination as well, market coordination, market readiness, we are committed to drive both flare gas commercialization and the hydrogen policy forward from a GACM perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekene. Dr. Mala, same question to you.
Okay, thank you, Tina. Wonderful input from Damilola and Ekene. So for me and the NUPRC, we are doing work around energy sustainability and decarbonization of the upstream sector, which is the work we are going to continue to do this, because this is going to become more important when you come to certify these hydrogen products for exports, because you need to have set a baseline emissions framework. You need to have demonstrated that this hydrogen was developed as low emissions hydrogen, low carbon, and you need to certify this, and this is where we work. So when we talk about the carbon auditing processes to certify it, this is going to become more important, and these are the frameworks we are laying the ground for with the decarbonization blueprint, the energy sustainability blueprint. So we have already done a lot, so we'll continue to do more. There is a lot of moving parts, so it's our hope that other parties, industry, academia, everyone is doing their part, and we come to have a point of convergence where all this will make sense, and we see the offtake of the hydrogen economy in Nigeria in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mala. And Professor, last but not
Thank you
least.
very much. In my school, Covenant University, everything we do there, we are very intentional. We are always because we don't joke with our global ranking and international visibility. And what we do in research and even teaching at undergraduate level, we benchmark it with international world-class universities. We have set our goals, and I think we are actually following and checking with feedbacks the extent to which we are. Nigeria, we are thinking of energy transition plan to achieve net zero by 2016. We have actually set our own benchmark in Covenant University, our own net zero to be 2040. And we are actually being, 3 of my students came with me. One is on his PhD, working on, the Gulf of Guinea, mapping the Gulf of Guinea to get potential site for the development of dedicated, wind farm to power electrolyzer for the production of green hydrogen, either the gas and the liquefied hydrogen that will be pushed through pipeline. 2 are here too, undergraduate, that are working on life cycle analysis of blue hydrogen. We are using Dangote. Now, if you look at the blue hydrogen, you can get blue hydrogen through steam methane reforming, but you discover you're having more of losses from CO2 to the environment, and you're having less capturing rate of the CO2. But there is a better technology, autothermal reforming, where you can have close to 96 to 99% capture of CO2. So they are looking into that. And that's part of what we are doing, and we are being intentional on campus. And I think that is what we still continue to do, because we have our own carbon neutrality document, we have policies on energy efficiency, and then we have the Covenant University Climate Action Plan. All these are there that serves as check or bench, for us to see. Are we very close to the target? Or are we actually deviating? And these are the things that we are doing. And we are intentional about it, and I believe we still continue to be intentional. Very soon, the initiative, I'm having partners here, and I'm very sure GIZ is also in the party. You know about it. Michele is here. We'll soon be getting electrolyzers and all those things. And then we are looking for a way to factor in, new energy systems into the curriculum. And these are things that we are driving in Covenant University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. It has been great to hear the commitments from all your organizations, university. Thank you to my distinguished panel. Thank you for discussing with me the hydrogen sector in Nigeria within this 45 minutes. It was 45 minutes spotlighting from societal, industry, regulatory and research perspective. But I'm sure we are all around for a bit longer today and tomorrow. If so there's time, please approach us for bilateral discussions. Thanks once again to the panel. Thanks HK for having us here.
Thank you very much. Can I get a round of applause for them, please? Exactly 44 minutes and 59 seconds. Thank you. Can I get a picture of you panelists with the moderator, please? Where are photographers? Photo opportunities, moderator. Can we have, yes. Okay, no, 2 men on that side too. Okay, let's just take the picture. Yes, yes. So as we take pictures, I'd like to invite representatives of the Black Pelican Group to please step forward and give us a 10-minute presentation. 10 minutes, please. Okay, 9 minutes, 40 seconds. Thank you very much. Thank you. We do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Christina, that was awesome. Thank you. Up here? Where were you? So we should go back? Well, not me, he's the one that said you should go back. Professor, I noticed that each time they ask you a question, it was either a 2 questions in one or 3 questions in one. That's why it's professor, right? Reminds you of when you were in university. Question 1A, 1B, 2A, 2AB, before we go to 2C. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have Black Pelican waiting. Please note that if you leave your phone here, it automatically belongs to the MC. Please be careful. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes to give your presentation. The microphone is there for you. And your time starts now.
But I don't have the...
They'll bring it. They'll bring it for you. These guys are the back.
No, yeah, it's working. Okay, I think that's it. Okay.
It's there, right?
How do we move? It's not working.
Technical crew.
Hello? 10 minutes already going.
Technical, please.
Okay, can you just move it from... Or is it off? Not going. Or you can just move it from there. From the... Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damilola Shobajo. I work with Black Pelican Group. We're just going to be doing a brief introduction on what we do. The picture you have on your screen is our office in Abuja. Kindly feel free to visit us to see the products that we offer. So Black Pelican Group is the regional distributor of the world's leading manufacturers of high quality sanitary wares. We have all total interior solutions designs with over 2 decades of operations in the industry. We partner with the leading companies around the world, the leading European countries around the world, in both domestic, and we provide services in both domestic and commercial segments. We're a one-stop shop. Everything you need in your interior space, we provide, from end-to-end solutions for all sanitary and your interior decor needs. Following our success in the premium market, we've also captured the middle tier of the market through our Bathrooms Direct brand, and we control our entire service chain. We also offer additional services through our fully established subsidiaries, Banyo Technique, BPL Logistics, and BPL Wellness, providing you total interior solutions to your discerning clients, our discerning clients. So like I mentioned earlier, we have 5 subsidiaries. So if you need your total interior solutions, we provide this. One of our subsidiaries is Ilbanyo. Ilbanyo provides high-end products, to our clients. When you're talking of bathtubs, your showers, your kitchen, your tiles, everything you need in your interior space, Ilbanyo provides that. For our wellness brand, BPL Wellness handles the wellness sector of the business. And we are the sole distributors of Technogym in Nigeria. For everything wellness, we provide that as well under our BPL Wellness brand. So all your fitness equipment, your premium fitness equipment, we also provide that as well through our BPL Wellness subsidiary. And for your affordable and durable sanitary ware products, the Bathroom Direct brand also handles that. We provide affordable yet high quality sanitary wares and tiles, which are targeted at meeting the demands of the middle tier market. And our Biotechnique brand, like I mentioned before, it's a full-on service that we provide. Our Biotechnique brand handles installation, maintenance of your product. So whatever you buy from us, if you need installation, maintenance, our Biotechnique arm of the business provides that. And for logistics as well, our subsidiary BPL Logistics handles, transportation of your goods, of your products, all around the world. We've been around since 2004, and we've been able to we provide services in over 100 countries around the world. So once you buy your products from us as well, we're able to ship it to any part of the world. So these are some of the solutions that we provide, as mentioned earlier. Sanitary ceramics, your fitness equipment, your tiles, kitchen appliances, your wellness brands, when you're talking of your saunas, doors and windows, your lighting and switches, everything you need in your interior space, Black Pelican Group provides that. Likewise, your furniture, when you're looking at indoor and outdoor furniture, healthcare products, your mattresses, everything you need in your space, Black Pelican Group is a one-stop shop for all of that. Some of our German partners as well, we mentioned them as well and the different services that they provide. We have Duravit. When you're looking at your bathroom space, everything you need in your bathroom space, Duravit provides that. We have Hansgrohe. Hansgrohe is one of our partners, our German partners. They're the world's largest suppliers of shower heads, hand showers, and taps. So whenever you need your faucets, we have our brands that provide that. Also Vitra. Vitra is one of our suppliers into furniture. Whenever you need your furniture, Vitra is one of our suppliers that provides furniture pieces furniture pieces for various sectors. One of our suppliers as well is Sematic. Sematic provides the best kitchens around the world. So when you need kitchens, we can help you purchase that as well and deliver it to your doorstep. One of our partners as well is Oman. Oman is a provider of doors, luxury interior doors, both your internal and external doors. We have Nobilia as well. Nobilia is a major German manufacturer of kitchens as well. So when you need your fitted kitchens, we are also available to provide that. Likewise, our other German partners are Caldaway, Jung, Benkaiser, Blanco, when you need your faucets, your electrical needs, your bathroom needs as well, and your kitchen sinks, taps, and accessories, we provide that as well. These are the clients we served over the years. We've worked with different clients, both in the corporate space, both on hospitality brands, whatever, for whatever need that you need, we can as well provide that. Thank you so much. This is our contact. We have an office in Lagos, in Lekki, and in Victoria Island, and in Abuja as well. This is our contact details. We'll definitely be available to provide any of your services that includes interior solution needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I need to also say thank you because you guys donated something to a club that I belong to, courtesy of you through Ilbano. The toilet facility that you guys did up, we truly appreciate you. And every time we see it, we remember you. Thank you. Round of applause for them again. It is now time for the last session for today. We will be having as moderator a gentleman who has been very, very active, ensuring that we put together WACEE'26. He's the project manager, GGIC International Business Services Limited. He's been up and about, ensuring that this goes on as smoothly as it should. With a resounding round of applause, I'd like you to please welcome the moderator. But before I do that, I'll just let you know that it's the third panel session and it's delivering reliable wash systems in West Africa, infrastructure gaps, investment access, and institutional reform. The session will focus on infrastructure deficits, access to investment, and the institutional reforms required to accelerate wash delivery in West Africa, particularly Nigeria. With a resounding round of applause, I'd like you to please welcome the project manager, GGIC International Business Services Limited, Sunday Owuha. Please clap for him, I beg of you. Keep clapping until he gets here. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Akin. Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here up to this moment, and welcome to the third and final panel session for today. And like has been mentioned by our moderator, the main moderator, we would focus on delivering reliable wash systems in West Africa, paying attention to infrastructural gaps, investment access, and then institutional reforms in West Africa, of course, with particular attention to Nigeria, because most times when you look at the issues we're having with waste, of course, wash stands for water, sanitation, and of course, hygiene. These three things, of course, stands mostly on water. So without wasting time, I will have to read the profile of my distinguished panelists, which of course cuts across the government sector, the policy, and also the financial aspect of it. So I will have to start. Permit me to read the profile of the Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Oyo State, Honorable Ademola Aderinto. Please, while I read the profile, could you, Mr. Ademola, join us to the podium there? Mr. Ademola is a civil engineering and construction management professional with over 19 years of experience, an environment administrator and a climate action strategist, all across the public sector with a strong background in planning, supervision, and delivery. His passion lies in environmental protection and advocacy, transcends government, public and social and community-based works, helping to create institutionalized frameworks for results, while construction experience also spans domestic and public infrastructure projects, including residential development, institutional buildings, lecture theaters, events and conference centers, banks, and healthcare facilities. He has supervised and delivered over 250 public buildings and infrastructure projects across Nigeria. He currently serves as Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Natural Resources, Oyo State, supporting the delivery of the state's environmental priorities in alignment with the Oyo State Roadmap for Sustainable Development 2023-2027 and Agenda 2040, under the leadership of His Excellency Engineer Sheyi Makinde. His current role, his focus is on strengthening environmental governance, improving waste and resource management, promoting climate resilience, and advancing policies that deliver practical, community-level impact for the people of Oyo State. He believes in public office is a platform for service, I beg your pardon. His work is guided by execution, accountability, and collaboration with government institutions, professionals, civil society organizations, national agencies, and international development partners. Of course, deliver sustainable outcomes. We are honored to have the Honorable Commissioner join us. Honorable Commissioner, you're welcome to the panel. Then, following him rightly, we're also going to welcome Mrs. Aderonke Adedayo, who serves as the Special Advisor to the Governor on General Intervention and Donor Fund, Oyo State. Aderonke Adedayo holds an LLB Honors degree from the University of Ile-Ife, of course now called Bafemi Awolowo University, and an LLM degree from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, Philadelphia, USA. Her post call to the bar experience cuts across legal practice, entrepreneurship, regulatory compliance, and public service and alternative dispute resolution practice and training. Aderonke is an arbitrator and mediator. She's a member by examination of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration, United Kingdom. She's on the panel of neutrals of the Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse and the Oyo State Multi-Door Courthouse. She's a member of the Nigeria Bar Association. Aderonke has certification for facilitating online and in-person training from the International Finance Corporation, Learning and Performance Institute, IFC-LPI. She enjoys training in every area of sustainability management as well as mediation as a veritable alternative to litigation. She is the special advisor to the government of Oyo State on intervention and donor funding. She interfaces with foreign governments, multilateral institutions, and the federal government to achieve meaningful cooperation with the state. As a policymaker, she is currently engaged in development of the climate policy and plan of Oyo State, thereby putting the sustainability agenda of the state into context in order to ensure that all stakeholders can achieve their objective in a meaningful manner. We're also going to welcome we're also going to welcome Oluwasorimidayo George, who is the Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, CCHBC, and former chairperson, UNGC, Nigeria. A brief bio. Oluwasorimidayo George is a top-performing Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Business with extensive experience in sustainable business and development, ESG, environmental, ESG, sustainability, and corporate social responsibility, CSR, corporate communications, external relations, policy advocacy, campaign planning, and implementation. She has a proven track record of spearheading innovative initiatives and developing strategies to help reposition companies to maintain growth within a sustainable development framework. Highly skilled in communicating with executive teams to outline overarching strategies, policies, procedures, and best practices. She is adept in evaluating operations within business to implement strategies and process improvement. The last, but of course not the least, we will also welcome Mrs. Victoria Uwadoka, who is the Corporate Communications, Public Affairs, and Sustainability Lead, Nestle Nigeria PLC. Mrs. Victoria Uwadoka is a seasoned public relations and sustainability leader with over 20 years of experience spanning the logistics, ICT, FMCG sectors. As corporate communication, public affairs and sustainability lead at Nestle Nigeria. She drives the company environmental, social, and governance agenda, championing initiatives that advance creating shared value, responsible sourcing, and community impacting. A recognized sustainability advocate, Mrs. Victoria has led Nestle's progress in plastic waste reduction, recycling ecosystem development, and climate-smart practices, contributing to national conversations on circular economy and responsible business. Named among Africa's top sustainability and communication professionals, Victoria's honors include EcoSea Sustainability Champion of the Year 2023, Sarah CSR Practitioners Award, and multiple recognition on the PR Power List 2023-2025. She currently serves as the Vice Chair of the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC Global Marketing and Advertising Commission, where she continues to promote sustainability-driven communication and leadership excellence. Collectively, I welcome you all to this panel session. Okay, we are going to start with a question which I'm going to like to get your perspectives, of course, one by one, by asking what, in your own understanding, basically, what is the most pressing challenge facing the water, the sanitation, and hygiene sectors, of course, in Nigeria as at today? We'll start with Mrs. Deronke. Your thoughts?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. What I would see as a challenge facing WASH, can you hear me? All right. Facing WASH, and I will address it from the developmental angle. The challenge will be funding, the lack of funding. There needs to be more funding directed towards WASH services in Nigeria, and there is a very huge gap in funding for WASH. So that would be what I would say as a start. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, my basic concern over time, why we've not achieved as much as we should, as regards WASH, our WASH campaign and efforts, I see largely is willpower, government willpower actually, to take decisive actions where necessary, and also probably to invest. I'm in government, I'm part of government, but I see if government actually says we should give it the kind of attention it requires, I believe we'll start achieving so much. Seems to me like most governments are more focused on other aspects or sections of governance, or let me say the environment, because that's what pertains to what I'm doing here. So, but I think basically if you ask me, I know we're building legislation, we're working on policies, we're trying to draw out policy directions, but without the willpower, none of all this would bring us the result. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just like the Honorable Commissioner had spoken and the essay to the Governor as well, I would like to add that beyond funding and infrastructure, I see that there's a bit of gap as well in terms of sustainability. Because even the already invested WASH programs across the country, if you carry out some level of research now, you will find out that some of them, the sustainability doesn't go beyond 2 or 3 years. So part of the gap as well has to do with community ownership. Because when there are investments already, when government has already provided access, for example, like land, where private sector has invested funds, that community ownership, so that it does not look as if, oh, that is their project, it's their thing, as opposed to it's our thing. So that ownership is a gap that if it's embraced, I'm sure that WASH will not be a challenge in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will agree with everything that has been said so far. You know, the special assistant talked about the financing. I think the commissioner talked about focusing attention on it, and then you've talked about ownership. Now, I must agree with that very strongly. I think that the other thing that is a huge challenge is collaboration. All right, so there are different things being done in silos. The government has some projects, NGOs have projects, corporates have projects, but you'll see that there's a lot of opportunity for deepening the impact of every single project, making sure that it gets as far as it could if we connect all the dots along that value chain. So one of the key things that we must begin to do when we've done all the others is to collaborate better, and that will give us more insight, more data. I think it was in the first panel, I think, or it was in the first one, where we're talking about aligning interventions to real community needs. And that comes from collaboration, that comes from listening, and that's something we need to fix. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Definitely, I can't agree less with the responses, because when you look at, even if when you should tackle it from the area of funding, when we even get the fund, then the issue of sustainability comes into play, because you can build within a year or two, everything collapses. And then, of course, maintenance still remains a very big, a key issue in Nigerian press, especially donor-funded projects, basically. So now moving forward, thank you for those resounding perspectives you've shared. I would now have to go to the Honorable Commissioner, of course. Looking at your experience in the public sector, I want to ask, where have you experienced that the large gap falls across maybe the water, the sanitation? Because now, okay, let me leave you to answer. Where do you think the major gap in these three things falls in terms of your experience in governance?
I didn't get that clearly. Where?
Okay, I said, based on your experience in the government sector, where do you think that the gap falls within the WASH ecosystem itself?
Oh, well, the gap, I would say, I won't call it just a single gap. It's a whole lot of things not really working together. It's like someone who wants to cook, and when you have to cook, you're not just cooking one thing. There are a lot of things, ingredients, recipe that would come up together to be. So the gap is quite enormous. From government side, like I said the other time, our inability to really see this as a problem. Environmental health and public health is quite crucial for productivity. People fall sick every day without them knowing why they're falling sick, without them knowing probably it's something associated with their environment. But because we do not care, oh, well, so long I could go to the hospital, I'm going to be fine. But by the time you come back from the hospital, you lost 2 days, 3 days, a week, and we lost productivity, we lost GDP, we lost a lot of things. So seeing this as a major problem, particularly water, sanitation, hygiene, basically the main gap to me is ability to know that there's a problem, something is missing. There's something we're not doing, there's something we're not getting, there's something we're not putting in place as government, as a people, then for civil society organizations or
companies, establishments, interested stakeholders who are meant to come in and also put in their quota into achieving the WASH policy. Those are basic gaps. When people who are meant to rise up to solve that problem or fill in that gap are not doing that, then who will? And that's why I'm happy we're having this kind of discussion today, because somehow it will also go a long way in making everybody realize there's a problem that all of us need to wake up to, not just the major players or stakeholders. For instance, in my own state, I see some people saying, oh, why is government not providing toilets? And I ask, is it possible for government to provide all the toilets? Why is government not providing the necessary systems for this to operate? Don't you think there is a part you also have to play in making it work out? So, like I said, the gap here and there, holes everywhere that we need to fill up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Commissioner. That brings me to, in terms of leaving everything for the government, I think I have to bring the private sector now into the conversation. And my next question will probably go to Mrs. George. And of course, in line with the SDG Goal 6, clean water and of course sanitation. And I want to ask, based of course your own perspective from the UNGC, how can the private actors be better mobilized to contribute to achieving SDG 6?
Okay, thank you for that question. So, UN Global Impact is not just, how would I say, a document, right? It's actually a mobilization architecture. And private actors, companies, the food and beverage companies and all that have come together. I think in August 2022, a number of companies, private actors came together under the CEO Water Mandate, as also organized by the UN Global Impact. And they made commitments. So companies, for example, I think like Guinness, Nigerian Bottling Company, Coca-Cola, I think Nestle as well, in Nigeria came together under 6 core areas to say, what can we do? And those 6 core areas include, you have public policy, you have community engagement, supply chain, direct operations. All these, I can't remember the other 2, but all these core areas was because they were identified as key positions where the private sector can play and ensure that WASH or driving SDG Goal 6 is important. See, why water is really important is this. Water is not just for social good. Water is also for economic good as well. And for most companies, even manufacturers in the country, is a critical raw material. So, as private players, the commitment is, what can you do to ensure that you replenish the water that is being taken out of the environment? How do you ensure that you have that commitment in your organization? How do you ensure that you have water efficiency? How do you also ensure that you link with the global reporting scale of ESG to say, okay, I have a measurable way of ensuring water ratio, water use ratio. I also have a way of measuring even the water that I replenish back into the environment. So private actors really have a lot to do, but the most important thing first is that commitment of saying this is what we're going to do, that global mandate. The second one is ensuring that they have comprehensive, measurable ways of knowing what is being taken out of the environment and what is being given back into the environment. And then I would say another one way that key actors can play in, private actors can play in, is collaboration. I recall Victoria mentioned it earlier on, that collaboration is key. And even the Honorable Commissioner mentioned just now and said, when this kind of public issue is being raised, that the question he throws back is that government alone cannot do this. So this is where I would say public-private partnership would enhance and ensure that we drive WASH in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. George. And I think the house that you are listing will probably take me to the next question, which of course, looking at Nestle in terms of their water dependency, of course, being a global company, of course, and then because at the end of the day, we look at the private sector, we look at how are they doing these things, right? So that leads us now to Mrs. Victoria. Now, as a global company with significant dependency, of course, on water, your water footprint is quite large across your value chains, basically. Now, how are you integrating water stewardship and sustainable water management into operations and, of course, across your supplier networks?
Thank you very much. One key thing for us, as you've mentioned, is that we need water in our operations, right? Water is critical. And also knowing that in Nigeria, for instance, we have a water brand. So our commitment to water is not just internal. So internally at Nestle, we are very, very strong on water stewardship. And we've joined the Global Water Stewardship Program, which is AWS, all right, the Alliance for Water Stewardship. And you know, our 2 factories in Nigeria are certified for water stewardship. So of course, internally, what are we doing? Within our operations, we are reducing the quantity of water that we use per measure of products that we produce, per kilogram of products that we produce. We are reducing the quantity of water that we use within our operations. That's the number 1. Number 2, what are we doing? We're also recycling water within our processes. So we recycle water and we use them in the areas that are not very high nutrition sensitive, like in the washrooms, like for watering, like for washing in the bathrooms, all of that. We recycle water and we use it. And we have water recycling plants across our sites. And this is not just something that happens in Nigeria, because we're talking about West Africa, and across our factories in West Africa, you'll find the same system. Across the world, you'll find the same system. The third thing that we do is that we harvest water. We actually harvest rainwater, and we use that within our operations. So that's something that we're doing, and that reduces the amount of water that we extract from the aquifer. Now, of course, we measure the amount of water that we take from the aquifer very, very meticulously. There's a science to it. We have the equipment, the apps that help us to measure the quantity of water that we're extracting from the environment. And we have a commitment to water regeneration, you know, and then she spoke about it just now, ensuring that we're letting the water that we use go back into the aquifer, because if we do not feed the aquifer, then that doesn't happen. Knowing that water is a shared resource and no one stakeholder group is able to resolve the water issues, we're also very invested in teaching or helping or collaborating with others to ensure better water stewardship. So we have programs for children in schools, we have programs with farmers where we practice regenerative agriculture with drip irrigation and all of the methods to ensure that the earth is being replenished with the water. So this is what we do. And of course, we are part of, you know, different projects where we provide access to safe, clean water within our environment. In fact, recently we are working on a water project with the OPS WASH, where we're providing access to water in about 20 communities. And these are solar-powered water systems that ensures that they have access to very safe drinking quality water. So basically, we are looking both internally, we're looking within the community, and we're making sure that we're part of the ecosystem to ensure that we sustain this water that is a shared resource that sustains all of us in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Victoria, for that. And I must commend Nestle for what they are doing. Quite marvelous and wonderful. And of course, talking about the drive for access to clean water, of course, the water we're drinking here is from Nestle. And I'm also proud to say that they have made sure that we don't go thirsty throughout this program. So, because they are water sponsor, of course. So, your works are quite evident, they're obvious, not just for the photo ops, they're everywhere. So now, permit me to come to Mrs. Aderonke. Now back to the government sector as well. So now and again, of course, going towards the experience, of course, through your experience in coordinating these donor-funded initiatives in your state and possibly elsewhere, what can you say are the key challenges preventing development funding, which will attract oftentimes from translating into long-term financially sustainable wash infrastructure project? In all honesty, what I'm just saying in brief is, what have you seen to be the challenges, in the sense that they might attract funding today and tomorrow probably not long term, is probably most like short lived. So what have you experienced so far to be the key challenge in this this regard?
That's a great question. Thank you for it. If I could just start by referencing what can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, thank you for that question. I'd like to reference what the previous speaker just said about water being a shared resources that needs to be protected. And so we should be having lots of big water infrastructure projects so that we can prevent people from digging boreholes anyhow and digging wells anyhow. We know that those things, studies have found that they reduce the water table and they actually introduce pollution into the water system. So why are we not getting huge water projects if they are so important to us? There are so many reasons. The first one I would talk about is what happens when you're trying to get development partners or the big money bags to spend money in a certain area. You find out that the application process is pretty complex, slightly onerous, and it's not one size fits all. If you talk to World Bank, their application system is different from Agence France de Développement. Those AFD's process is different from GZ, so it's a lot of work. And so when public officers start and they keep on getting all these roadblocks, it's very, very distressing and discouraging for them to proceed. So I would say, first of all, bureaucratic tendencies of the people who should be helping us to bring funds in. Another one, and that dovetails to one of the two I would like to mention, but if there's time I can mention more, that is the lack of technical capability of the public officers. Now, these are crack-shot administrators who have been trained in the best administrative schools, who have risen through the ranks to become assistant directors and directors. So they're good at what they know to do. All of a sudden, the multilaterals want them to become consultants in sustainability, consultants in funding. This is really not their area of core competence. And so that leads to a lot of loss in funding when we don't get the right people to present what we would like. So we get a lot of incomplete project formulation, and that doesn't get us the funding that we need. Another one, if I can talk about it, also with governance, is that for every budget cycle, you decide what's going to go in the budget. Everybody goes to the pre-treasury meeting. Each department, ministry, and agency presents their budget. At the time they are presenting their budget, they have not heard about what World Bank wants to do in the next year regarding water, regarding WASH. So the budget is in place. Now the director looks and sees that World Bank, for example, has some wash project that looks like could work for their state. Then what happens? There is no money to go after it. Even if they wanted to hire consultants to help them, it was not budgeted. And you don't spend money that's not budgeted. So we have a whole lot of these things, and then sometimes when you do scale through with all these questions and answers, you scale through, your project gets a look in, then you are told, go and scale it. It's not bankable. And then you need help to scale and make your projects bankable. So it's a whole lot of little hurdles. And when you also scale that, they want counterpart funding. This was not in the previous budget, so it cannot be spent that year. So you end up with years of layers and layers of administrative requirements that actually make the funding not be available. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Derenke, for that wonderful insight, of course. And let's take another clue from the government sector as well to Mr. Honorable Ademola. And now, to my first question, it was quite, the gaps are there, right? But I want now to narrow it down to infrastructure right now. Let's be more specific right now. And then at the state level, or your state in particular, in area of wash infrastructure, I know it's quite hard to pinpoint where it is, but I want to say, try to pinpoint, because at the end of the day, scale of preference, there must be one that ranks higher than probably others. So between the water supply and sanitation systems and wastewater treatment, among these three, which of them requires the most urgent investment and institutional support in your state, in your perspective and your experience?
Wow, that's kind of tricky. If you want me to say which one of them, of course, all the three you mentioned are very critical and crucial for success of the WASH policy generally. Well, I would say basically we have infrastructural gaps majorly. If I'm speaking from what we are going through in Oyo State, because even without the infrastructure, you won't be talking about water, you won't be talking about sewage treatment, sanitary treatment. So, because infrastructure comes first to me, I think it's crucial. And well, I was in a very remote place in our state about a week ago or something, and I noticed that even residential houses, shopping areas don't have convenience facilities. They don't have them. But they have access to water, basically, but they don't have that. So when infrastructure is there, that's when you say, okay, oh, we need this one, we need that one. But all of them are important, so I say it's a tricky one. And that's why in Oyo State at the moment, we're trying to try and cover up for that infrastructure deficit, which we start over the weekend. I flagged off the construction of a public toilet somewhere. We're going to be doing more of that. Like she said, we're bringing in public-private partnership to help us to achieve that because, like I said earlier, government would not be able to do everything. It's not like we're not focused, but we've got limited resources. So, but when you provide infrastructure, I tell you, the people may say, okay, we can provide water for ourselves. Well, not in all cases anyway. Not in all cases, but of course, that has to come. But it's easier for them to say, okay, we can sink a well somewhere. Of course, we are also doing so much in terms of water. I wouldn't want to go into that because of time, but at the moment, we're doing so much, investing so much, and also securing a lot of partnerships along that line as well. And we're putting in a touch of legislation to balance everything, because without legislation, even your policy direction, you could lose it at any point in time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have to come now to Nestle once again, Mrs. Victoria. And of course, this will take from your last response in terms of what Nestle is doing in this, whether it's in the recycling or water efficiency and what have you. And I know that lessons has been learned, obviously, across your initiatives. Now, can you just take us through these lessons? And of course, how can it now help strengthen the broader WASH agenda or broader WASH system in emerging markets? Because Nigeria, of course, what are the lessons that have been learned so far from Nestle perspective that can help us strengthen the WASH systems in emerging markets?
Thank you very much. That's a very important question to answer. So what we've learned is that water efficiency is very important. So we found that that has helped us reduce year on year the amount of water that we're using in our production. So if we didn't do the research, if we didn't look at it or start the initiatives that helped us to achieve some water efficiency, we'll never know that that is possible. So in the broader scale, if we look at Nigeria, for instance, yes, there are many cities, including Lagos, where you do not just open your tap and you have water coming out of it. So everybody is digging a borehole behind their house. I think that as Nigerians, we need to do something about that, because the more we do that, the more we deplete the aquifer, and we don't even know how much water we're using and how much water is running. So I would like to say that apart from the rural areas, the really rural areas, where they still depend on the rivers and streams for their water source, we need to measure, we need to understand how much water we're using, and we need to reduce the amount of water that we use, within those systems, whether it's at home, whether it's in school, wherever we are, we need to reduce the amount of water that we're using. So water efficiency, number one. Number two is that water recycling, where it is possible, is also very effective, because we've seen how much water that has helped us to save, and we're not taking water from the environment anymore. And I think that she said it before, right? What we found that works is where the community takes ownership, where you co-create the intervention with the community. They know they need it. They take ownership of it. They tell you exactly where they need it. And you now reticulate. So instead of digging 5 boreholes, you dig 1. And then you reticulate to ensure that the water gets to everybody that needs it. We found that ownership of the communities makes it work. So in the broader scale, we need to ensure that there's ownership around the water resources. Growing up, and I think a number of us will remember that, we paid water rate, and we had water. You just turned on the tap and you didn't have to worry about water. We can't go back to that. Yes, we have very aging infrastructure, so we might have to bite the bullet of letting go of those ancient infrastructures and building new ones. And thankfully, we have new technology that can help us do that. So really achieving that water efficiency, and also ensuring that we are managing the sources of loss that we have. In some places, even when you have a borehole within a compound, you see the water running off, you see the water, the pipes are broken, no one cares about it, the water is dripping, because it is free for all, right? So we need to really think about reducing the non-revenue water that we have within our ecosystem. When we do that, and we optimize the resources that we have already, I think that will begin to help. These are some things that we can take from, let's just call what we do at Nestle a pilot, and we can expand on it and replicate it across many local governments, many states. And I think that the new structure, where we have the local governments having more power, I think that is a critical pivot that we need to change things when it comes to water ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, so we will try to wrap up with one last round of questions, and then I will start with Mrs. George. And my one last question will be, what type of public-private partnerships that are the models that have proven effective and, of course, improving water and sanitation delivery? What models have you experienced that have proven to be, the good-to-go model that can be replicated, like Mrs. Victoria said, that can probably work?
Okay, tricky question. And the reason why I said it's tricky is because the different types of public and private partnership models have their pros and cons. The one that would maybe come top of mind will be performance-based, right? Okay, which one is the government leading, providing regulatory backup, because that's what really government is for, bearing that risk in terms of regulatory risk, supporting to provide access land and all that. However, in our own experience in Nigerian Bottling Company, I would say that the best approach will be hybrid. And hybrid in terms of government is involved, we private actors are involved, even the community as well, because it has to be data-driven based on needs assessment. So it's not like a tick in the box, I want to provide water. No. It's based on needs assessment. You categorize and find out the high-risk locations, but they are involved in the co-creation of that WASH model. So when that is on board, you find out that private sector, even NGO, who then acts as implementing partners. I'll give you an example. We did a project with, that's where government comes in now, the Office of the SDG, across 6 states in Nigeria, okay, in partnership with OPS, that's the implementing partner. So where they come in terms of is in the delivery. We come in terms of the funding as private sector. Government comes in to provide access even to those communities that need that water. They had already conducted, of course, research, so it's data-based. It's not like somebody walking in to do something. So at the end of the day, you find out that that kind of partnership, it's more sustainable than the other different kinds of models. So I would recommend the model that is hybrid. And like I said again, it depends on the location. So in some places, what may work best may not be that, but in our own case, this is what has worked best. At times, like I mentioned, is the performance space where government just goes head on. And you also have the part where government, would I say, works through private sector. So it's more like the private sector funds everything, efficiency, manages everything from the beginning to the end, and then government is just there to provide that enabling environment. So it depends on the location, it depends on the kind of need being provided, even though it is WASH. Remember, you have the urban areas, you have the rural areas, so you don't just like put everything in the box. That's why I said your question is tricky, but most importantly, just do a research and find out what will work best for you as a private actor, and then work with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your response, of course, always reminds us that there's never a one-size-fits-all. Yeah, definitely. Anytime you're implementing a project, you must always look at the specifics of each project and treat it as a unique project, definitely. Now, talking about the difference between rural and, of course, the urban WASH delivery systems, I'll now go over to Mrs. Aderonke to now ask you, in terms of funding, should rural WASH systems follow the same financing and governance models used in urban utilities, or do they require a differentiated framework? Basically, should what we try to do in the urban areas to provide water for them, basically, should we follow that same model in the rural sectors, or do we need a different model altogether?
It goes without saying that we need a different model altogether, because what obtains in the rural area is different from what obtains in the urban area. There is a lot of poverty and lack in the rural area, And so you can't expect them to be able to pay for any wash facilities. So for me, government needs to, and the Honorable Commissioner for our Environment is here, and he, like he said, has started the process of getting toilet operators to build, own, and operate in Oyo State. So that will be happening both, we've got probably 3 or 4 different types of needs. There's the urban area, there's the urban poor living in the urban area, there is the peri-urban area, which dovetails into the rural area. So there's a different kind of need for each different kind of setup. So the Honorable Commissioner has started with the rural poor in the inner cities right now, building toilets for them to be able to at least spend a penny while they are spending a penny. They can afford to do that. But when you take it further into the rural area, I mean, someone who hasn't eaten is probably not going to be able to pay. Someone who's farming all day is not going to be able to pay to use the toilet. So government has to more or less be a social enterprise and look for ways, PPP, NGOs, because the multilateral donors would say it's not scalable, it's not bankable to do all these things because they want to know where their return on investment is going to come from. So we're going to have to depend on the private companies to do CSR, NGOs, and the public toilet operators who would operate under government guarantees for them to be able to at least recoup their money. It's obviously long-term for them. They know their business model very well. But that's low. I feel that government should improve its delivery of wash systems in the rural area to prevent rural to urban migration and to prevent diseases. Once upon a time, our rivers flowed and took away everything we dumped in it. Now the rivers are not flowing anywhere anymore because they're being dammed. People are building anyhow. So it's not the same anymore, even in the rural areas, that they can escape with just, drinking from the same water, bathing from the same water, and and using the same water for toileting, and expect that we won't have outbreaks. So it's got to be differentiated. Now for the urban areas, one of the speakers said earlier on that we all remember, some of us remember when we had water bills, Nigerian Water Corporation, we paid bills and we got water. But Nigerian system has been broken for a while, that everybody has become their own local government, providing light and water. So to take us back to that time, or to return us to when you can get reticulated water from the water works and pay for it, is going to take a lot of structuring, a lot of measured steps. And government has to have the will to go after water infrastructure. It's not going to be cheap. And I feel another thing government needs to be doing is to be thinking regionally. Right now, when you deal with multinationals and multilateral companies, you usually need the federal government to help. But then the subnationals know where the shoe hurts. They know what they need. So rather than it being a top to bottom approach where the federal government will tell the subnationals where to spend money on wash or what sort of wash facilities they should be providing, it should be either a subnational or a regional setup where, well, in the southwest there are a lot of rivers. So, and that's different from the north where there's a lot of sunshine. So it should be a differentiated approach even to urban wash provision. So it cannot be one size fits all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Talking about one size fits all, I also want to get the perspective of Mrs. Victoria in terms of what types of public-private partnerships that have proven, of course, most effective in improving water and the sanitation service delivery.
Thank you very much. I think my fellow panelists have said it all. The public-private partnerships that work are those that include the communities the owners or the beneficiaries of the incentive. That is what works. So for us at Nestle, because part of what we do is to create shared value with those who are within our ecosystem. And for us, access to water is not just about we're doing something nice. It is necessary. It's a necessity. Some of our staff live there. Our company is there. It's good for the community. It's good for us as well. We are extracting water, and why not reticulate that water so those around us have access to the water? So for us, it's a partnership that works. Now there's this other project that we're working on, which is for the communities who are further away from our operations, so we cannot reticulate. And so that's why we're providing the water projects within the ecosystem. Now, what kind of partnership that works? For us, it's like, you know, she said it already. We provide the funding, we provide sometimes the technical skills, the know-how. I mean, we've had a lot of experience with water at Nestle for generations past, and so we bring that to water treatment, to how to reticulate, how to measure, how to guard, how to reduce, how to protect. So we bring that expertise. And then our delivery partners, who are the third parties, so to speak, are the ones who operationalize it. They put up the systems, they put the water systems in the environment, they run the training. And then what we've done is to integrate the community from the beginning. So once the project is done, there is a sign-off of the project, and they take it over. The community water, there's a system that they have, the community water something, community water group or something like that. So we train, we hand over, and they take ownership. That's what we found that works. And you know, one thing that I want to point out is that we actually have projects in schools, especially around the Federal Capital Territory and Ogun State, which hosts 2 of our factories. So what we found was that building the water systems within the schools provided 2 things: access to water for the schools, access to water for the community, but within a protected environment. And so it was safer, it was better managed. So these are some things that we've seen that work. But I think that beyond all of that is ensuring that the beneficiaries actually need it. When they need it, they'll watch over it, they'll protect it. We've had projects that failed. For instance, one time we went and put a water project in a market community. Obviously, that was not what they needed, because before we knew it, at that time, we couldn't complete the solar, so we provided a generating set for them to be able to pump the water. The Iyaloja took the generator home. The people didn't bother. You know why? Because it wasn't something they needed. Yes, the leaders of the community thought they needed it and told us, oh, go and put it there. But the owners, those who were there, that was not what they needed. So what works? Ensure that the people need it. Even when their leaders tell you they need it, involve the people who are going to benefit. That is what works. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Victoria. Your analysis reminds me of stakeholder engagement in all these things, because, and not just stakeholder engagement, at the end of the day, after engaging the community leaders, also make room for like a community engagement, whereby you someone in the community, at least let the people now talk for themselves what we actually need. All right, so we will wrap up now to the Honorable Commissioner, because we mentioned about water rent, payment for these services, and sometimes some people believe that these things are right, that we should enjoy. That, what should I pay for water? And if you look deeply, it's a case, because some people will say, after all, it's our common word, why should I pay for it? Right. So now, what policy approaches in this instance can we bring on that can balance that cost-reflective part of these projects or these services with affordability and social equity, particularly, of course, to vulnerable populations, those who cannot possibly maybe afford it? How do we balance? Because these services, the pipes will be installed with money. It doesn't come from air. So how do we balance that equity and, of course, cost-reflective part of these things? Thank you.
Well, I think the simple way to address this balance is an appeal, some kind of appeal to key stakeholders within the society, who are of interest to the intentions of government to the people, particularly she spoke of the people in the rural and people who can't afford. Of course, it's going to be right to pay because part of the reasons why a lot of government projects in the past have failed is because people got it freely and cheaply. I must be sincere with you because what you're not paying for, you feel it's just your right. You don't care how it's managed. You don't. Now everyone is careful how much energy you consume because you know you got to pay for it. But those days we just put on light anyhow in our houses. I remember while I was growing up, sometimes we leave our TV on and we go out, come back later in the evening, meet it on, because the system wasn't really getting the best from it. So they have to pay, but for those who may not be able to pay, there is always some kind of a system, particularly assisted by key stakeholders who can commit their funds to support government for those particular category of people or community like that. I think that's the only way to go because here is the truth. Government cannot continue to subsidize everything, understanding the fact that even these monies that you say government have are actually people's money that come in as taxes. And so it must be channeled into key things that are so important. Other things are important as well anyway. I'm not saying they are not, but some you may not get that kind of support. We may not have, people say they want to build road for governments, but they can provide water supply for communities while government build the roads and other infrastructure like that. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Commissioner. And at this juncture, we'll call it a wrap. And then I want to say, I believe definitely we've learned something from this conversation. And when next, okay, the special advisor is Aderonke, has something for us.
But there is one aspect of WASH that we have not addressed today, and it's almost a taboo. That's menstrual hygiene, period poverty. We need to be speaking about that too. As a woman, that's one of the reasons why young girls drop out of school. By the time they are 13 years old, you don't see them in school anymore because they can't afford what they need for their period. So that's something that needs to be out in the open, to be spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Aderonke. Of course, definitely, when we sort our WASH issues, that problem, of course, will also be solved as well because we need water to do those things as well. So thank you, everyone, for coming, for your contributions. I hope we've learned a couple of things, and with it, we'll call it a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now time to take pictures with the moderator and his esteemed panelists. Photo opportunities, please.
I think we're okay this way.
No, I think the moderator should be in the middle.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah, for the...
Yes, please move. We're just trying to... Yes, it's not balanced, though. Yes. Maybe you want to go in between them. Give them a feminine touch. I remember taking a trip to the Benin Republic in a group, and we were all having our showers. The host was busy going to check her water meter. There were about 25 of us in that theater group. She kept checking her water meter because for each of us that had a shower, she knew how much she was paying. So, all right, so we thank you very much. Thank you. So I will be handing over to Mrs. Sunday to wrap things up for today. They say that the reward for doing a fantastic job is to give him more work. I now hand over to Mrs. Sunday, and it's a 2-day event. I'm glad to have been here on this first day, and I thank them also because I will be here tomorrow to wrap things up, and I hope that we have all learned from it. My name is Akin Shemowo. Compare Beyond Compare. Thank you so very much. Mr. Sunday, over to you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Like you have said, we are meeting again tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. Let's do this. Goodbye.